straight till the end. Baby, don't leave my back, I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. High speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim.
Back then, yeah, I never taught it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash till it's all.
Yeah. Yeah. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. But my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast so you ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money, I see you bitches acting funny, ha. Can't take nothing from me, nah. Rapping blunts like mummies, yeah. We freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, it's in my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. At 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Sunnyside.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man, you know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man, rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute, make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
Don't like me, 'cause I'm on the road, yeah. Alright, let's go. Don't like me, well I'm on the road, high speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my worst. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Got me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road, high speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim.
Toss it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little... Holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. I cannot believe it. You fucking piece of garbage. You know these motherfuckers are such liars, dude. I despise these people so much. God, why are you such a fucking horrible monster, dude? Shame on you, and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world such pathetic, filthy spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What disgusting. What a pathetic worm, dude. Shit, dude. I just, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Disgusting. You disgust me, dude. Hashtag my dick, dude. Lying for clout ass motherfucker, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little, holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little, holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. What the fuck? Okay, that's my PTOS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
I don't know, but that was.
You asked for this, sir.
I said, what's your favorite anime voice?
They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the world what you're all about. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. You only need yourself and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path, less travel. One day you reach your true level. Allow yourself to take your place on your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let them smile, light up the dark. Let them haters hate. Let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk blah blah. Let them haters hate, let them doubt us down. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talk us talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about.
Dojo, not again.
I'm trying to make my mama proud, yeah, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red eye, penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Walking on the floor, this shirt, no one protects me. Wanna show shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna ecstasy. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does to check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her when she gone. But I'm running with my click, yeah, they got me till I fall. Complaining if a bag's worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
in the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I can taste it. Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. Go perkin, I replaced it. I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got these different races. Yeah. Did my dirt, I had a mask, I'm moving faceless. I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases. Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that face. They treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the stew,
feel
I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
It was beautiful, yeah, together. Even though we planned forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun.
Hi, hello. What's up? How's it going out there on the internet? Hope it's treating you well. Hope you're having a good one. A good weekend. I don't feel very good. At all. Not feeling so hot. Fucking never feel good. But, I feel especially bad. It's a nightmare out here. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Who invented this thing? The US government. Unironically. That adds up. Someone should have stopped them. Probably. DARPA wet? DARPA wet? Hey, yo, what the fuck? What's that? Definitely not Googling that. Yikes. Damn it, stream's just started. Yeah, fucking DARPA scares me. I was just learning about, Ted Kaczynski and, the experiment he was involved in at Harvard. That shit's really fucked up. I mean, of course, because it was, like, part of the MK Ultra network of experiments. So that adds up. But he was only fucking, like, 18, and they were subjecting him to, like, hours of, like, verbal abuse every week for, like, 2 years. Gotta burn my computer now. Which, like, how the fuck was that allowed? Like, who approved that shit? Like, obviously that's gonna do some serious fucking damage. I'm surprised he didn't kill more people, honestly. It's so fucked up. And they didn't, like, tell him, like, what was the real goal. I didn't, like, get that far into my Wikipedia hole, but 50s through 70s, yeah. Yeah. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. So, I do wonder, like, what's going on, like, with the internet. I probably don't want to, like, probe that too deeply. Oh, yeah. It is a good podcast idea. It is good. I wish I was better at reading. I've been trying to improve, but it's, hard. Oh my god. You're mad. Of course they are. Of course they are. That's like the peak era for like stuff that's already been declassified but is still interesting to us. You know what I mean? You don't have to like zhuzh it up a lot to make it like appeal to normies. 'Cause like, yeah, it's fucking wild. I'm trying to find a good thumbnail for this Instagram reel, and I look terrible in all of them. Every frame looks bad. God damn it. Oh no, should I even post this? God. Okay, I found one. Jesus Christ. Hi, Mr. D, what's up? How are you? How are y'all doing? So I got like some queer TikToks, queer joy TikToks to start us, and then we can get into video essays. I didn't even like get to like plan, so it's gonna be a bit of a grab bag. We're gonna be all over the place. But God, my stomach hurts so bad. Hate that. Don't you hate that? Yeah, content, yeah, that's what I do here. I mean, we can talk longer if you'd like. Probably I hate everything. Alright. Sure. What are you thinking? Oh, I was talking about my stomach pain. Do you hear that? It's not registering. It should be fine. It's like so loud for me though. Yes. Yes. Alright. Let's start.
For the postmodern pimp. Baby, they call me La Quifa for the postmodern pimp. La Quifa. What? La Quifa. What? La Quifa. What?
Queer analysis and criticism? That's cool. Yeah, we're doing long form content tonight. You can just drop a link in chat. Fringe cringe. I'm kind of scared, but I'm interested.
Everybody want to be a girl. Who gonna be the boys? I keep saying that. That's the whole purpose of being gay, because you like boys. Everybody.
Hang on. See if I can get this better. Do better. Okay. No video. Interesting. Yes. Uh-huh. My problem with white girl. What?
Hi, hello, welcome. I'm Portia. It's
Okay, well, maybe we'll start with that. I don't know. Okay.
I can't be the girl.
At this point, I just hope queer folks understand that the feeling is mutual. Like, I'm also looking at you like one of God's mistakes. No.
What do you mean by that?
Little pussy belongs to me.
Oh yes, Daddy.
Stop. Stop.
I kiss a girl in public, I get harassed and fucking followed home. But when you kiss your best friend in public, you get man hard and some likes. We are not the same.
What's happening?
Miss, I'm so sorry. What does it feel like to be an elitist New York piece of shit?
It feels awesome.
Thank you.
Can someone explain to me why queer people love questionnaires? Like, what is the pipeline for being gay to doing questionnaires? Is it that BuzzFeed one? Are you gay? I fucking love a questionnaire.
Wait, that's real though. I mean, who doesn't though? I think a lot of people like questionnaires, but I think gay people like them more.
Survey Monkey's biggest supporter. Come on, cool drinks, like, love it. Love it.
Love it.
Says here you're gay.
Oh no.
Hi, do you think gay people should be arrested, tortured, flown out of the country, and be put in prison for the rest of their life? I want to say yes. I want to say yes. Do you guys need anything else from me? Are women people? Ooh. I need to do more research. I think I need to do more research on.
Oh, you're straight? How vintage.
So y'all know how straight people love to be like, well, I have a best friend who's a lesbian, or I have friends who are gay. Da, da, da. Well, I caught myself today doing that in reverse, bitch. So I was like, I feel bad for people who date men because men, right? And so somebody was trying to argue with me, and I was like, not all relationships with men are the same. Not all men are the same. Da, da, da. And I was like, I know. I have lots of straight friends. But, oh, not ally. Oh.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Elle Woods.
Oh no. Now everyone's gonna know I have pronouns.
Shine, toxic pussy time. Bust my pussy nut while I'm fingering your butt. Do I suck dick? You ain't seen shit. Throw a C note, watch you slide down my throat. Yeah, my pussy fine, I pop it cause it's mine. I don't give a fuck if they call me a slut. Well,
it's not the thought that counts. It's the gay son.
This TikTok was brought to you by the Yassification of Multiplication Foundation. Yas.
Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a book, it's in a look. A rainbow.
Normalize wearing the same pants every day, and the same shoes, and the same socks, and the same underpants, and the same bra, and not washing your hair or brushing your teeth, but drinking lots of orange juice.
What? That wasn't gay, that was just anarchist.
I'm not smoking anymore. And I'm not smoking any less.
I know that's right. Big bag, pussy, not the Bentley band. Take a man, Balenciaga, brought it back, and all these bitches fuck.
Sorry, not everybody fits in the bad bitch genre. It's a genre. Not everybody fits on the Rasta.
Wait.
Smile. Close your mouth. Curl in your lips. Tuck it to one side. Now furrow your brow. This is your bare face.
Okay, this is the only filter that matters. It's because I'm stoned all the time.
I just want to say, I'm part of the LGBTQ community.
And this is my best friend, Valentina. She's an ally. Talk, Valentina.
Ally.
Oh. Blatant homophobia.
I love this shirt, so I'm so happy you asked. It says, Jesus died for me. What an idiot. I would not die for him.
What an idiot. What an idiot. I need this.
It's my Easter shirt.
Pretty good compilation. It's pretty good. I might subscribe. Here's that, if anyone wanted. And then, come back here. Okay, trigger warnings. Here. Do not tap the glass. Never tap the glass.
12 years old.
What? What?
We were all that age once, and if you haven't been that age yet, why are you here? Do you want to...
I don't want to walk anymore. I'm sorry. Take a break?
A juice box? I have Spy Kids 2 on DVD if you want to watch that. We've all been young and not so smart. When I was in 8th grade, I thought I was the only person that knew that lo-fi hip-hop existed. I thought Tom Papa Beats was like in the court of the Crimson King. I used an iPod Classic until freshman year of high school. I listened to Brockhampton. I thought Fleetwood Mac was a craft product. I had no context for the world. As far as I knew, adults spent most of their time getting audited and dying. But that part is actually still the case. That seems to be what most adults do. But they also watch movies with Bill Nye and movies directed by Ben Affleck. But when you're a kid, you don't even know who Ben Affleck is. My point is, being a kid is embarrassing, and it leads you to do stupid stuff, like look up Aggressive Sigma Male, Walter White, Travis Bickle, Aaron Yeager, Dogfight, Supreme Box, Logo, Drift, Fong, Molchat Doma, COD Ghost playlist, and leave comments on said Sigma Male music playlist. And today I don't want to get...
Oh no, you can't see. Oh god. That means you didn't see the trigger warnings. Oh god. Well... That's not it. Don't look at that. Stop looking. Where did it go? Sorry, my window capture just doesn't want to work sometimes. We can start over, it wasn't that much. Trigger warnings, fascism, misogyny, brief mention of eating disorders. And do not tap the glass.
12 years old. We were all that age once, and if you haven't been that age yet, why are you here? Do you want a juice box? I have Spy Kids 2 on DVD if you want to watch that. We've all been young and not so smart. When I was in 8th grade, I thought I was the only person that knew that lo-fi hip-hop existed. I thought Tom Papa Beats was like in the court of the Crimson King. I used an iPod Classic until freshman year of high school. I listened to Brockhampton. I thought Fleetwood Mac was a craft product. I had no context for the world. As far as I knew, adults spent most of their time getting audited and dying. But that part is actually still the case. That seems to be what most adults do. But they also watch movies with Bill Nye and movies directed by Ben Affleck. But when you're a kid, you don't even know who Ben Affleck is. My point is, being a kid is embarrassing, and it leads you to do stupid stuff, like look up Aggressive Sigma Male, Walter White, Travis Bickle, Aaron Yeager, Dogfight, Supreme Box, Logo, Drift, Fong, Molchat Doma, COD Ghost playlist, and leave comments on said Sigma Male music playlist.
Bro, and her fucking, word salad is pristine. Perfect. No notes. It's always so good. And I'm even sorry to have interrupted it, honestly.
Playlist. And today I don't want to get too complicated, so we're just going to look at some of these playlists and comments and see what we find. But first, there are 3 playlists I wanted to take a look at today with anywhere from 5 to 17 million views. And first of all, is that not nuts? Right? If 500 years ago, if you wanted to get the attention of 17 million people, you had to be Jesus. You had to throw your hat into the Son of God raffle hat and win. Just ridiculous 3-way parlay from Jesus. Terrible luck for Draft King Herod. Who the fuck is the audience for a DraftKings Bible joke is my question, and it's probably a lot of youth Christian basketball leagues. Either way, I feel like I should have gone with Draft Princes of Peace, but that's a lot looser of a connection. I feel like I can't win. I feel like this joke maybe should have been cut. It's also worth noting that these playlists are anywhere from a year to 3 months old, so they're still going strong in terms of relevance. Nobody's coming along to dethrone the Sigma Gym playlist industrial complex. In fact, I bet Joe Biden signed a bill this weekend that transferred like 30% of public education lunch program funds to independent Sigma playlist contractors, and I just didn't hear about it. I love democracy. Sorry if I'm sweating a lot. It's 83 degrees and I'm under a hot light, and I love sweating. I can't get enough. I sweat whenever I can. Okay, so here are the names of the playlist. The first one is called Aggressive Funk Playlist number 1. So we've entered serialization. You know, Count of Monte Cristo, eat your heart out. Aggressive Funk Playlist is coming for you. Next one is Sigma Funk Mix 2023, Aggressive Drift Funk 2023. Few things of note here. We hit the funk twice. They say it twice. Second, aggressive we've seen, so glad that we're emphasizing violence. I felt that gym workout culture needs more male violence and aggression. And the third playlist is Sigma Male Playlist, in parentheses, motivational workout music. We got a picture of Patrick Bateman doing the Sigma face, and I love the parenthetical. You know, it makes it feel a lot more honest than the others. You know, it's like, it's secondary. You know, it's a Sigma Male playlist, but I don't know, you could use it for workout music. Maybe it's even, I don't know, it's motivation. It's kind of like a Swiss Army playlist. I don't know if you've sort of like heard of that concept. All right, let's start with Aggressive Funk Playlist. I don't know if this is just me, but funk type beat gave me massive amount of adrenaline to my body. To me, this is a pretty respectable comment. I sure have music that gives me massive amounts of adrenaline to my body. For instance, Moon Song by Phoebe Bridgers sends my body into a fight or flight response similar to the ones my wounded ancestors felt while being stalked by ravenous sloth bears. In conclusion, music does many things for many people. Aggression personified into a drug called music is strictly amazing for people who struggle with anger issues and would like a non-law breaking way to have an outlet. This soundtrack carries me through fighting games and most games with PvP, and I am thankful that my mental health has such an aggressive outlet as soundtracks like this. Bless all of you aggressive people who do not take it out on the innocent and choose to just live intensely in your head through amazing songs like these. Alright, okay. Yeah, you're not Goku, man. Come on, let's be reasonable here. Respect to all the Sigmas who can just take their anger out on Counter-Strike Go and not kill people? Is that what the comment was? Looking at this gif with the music reminds me to scare my enemy and fight. Even I am hurted, even I am bleeding, even my hand got cut off. Smile. Smile with your deadly face, which scares the enemy to death. What are you
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what the fuck? Are you okay? That was terrifying.
Kill people? Is that what the comment was? Looking at this gif with the music reminds me to scare my enemy and fight. Even I am hurted, even I am bleeding, even my hand got cut off. Smile. Smile with your deadly face, which scares the enemy to death.
I am scared to death, potentially.
What are you What scenarios could you possibly be finding yourself in where that's helpful information? Don't forget to do candles and lean with me, rock with me, and stick man lift exercises, because we're the ones when we all walk, we send them farther away from our lives as we get lost in the clouds of time. Ongoing, we will always have a beat to listen to. This is my healing solution. Get creative, think higher, dream big, and imaginate. That's a nice sentiment. I like that. I honestly don't want to listen to this music because of the cringe-ass comments. Sigma Unity, and then 75 purple devil emoji. I think that's a great synthesis of this comment section. It's a distillation. If you decanted this comment section and let it breathe, you'd sort of get that flavor from it. It's not lost on me that the Sigma playlist is a hilarious construct on its own that also reflects the impotence and rigidity of this sort of Sigma ideology in a perfect little box. Of course, being a Sigma is about being an awesome, strong individual who is different and an alpha wolf and can open Boyardee cans with his canines and lift city buses that have fallen on vulnerable Redditors, but at the same time, a Sigma male is someone who only goes to the gym and does meal prep and listens to the same 20 songs every other Sigma male listens to on repeat in a sheltered environment, probably a Planet Fitness storage closet. You know, at once, the Sigma is a force of nature, a fierce gust of wind knocking over a tree, an arrow flung from a crossbow splitting an apple, but also just another arrow in the quiver, alongside dozens of identical cylindrical sticks of wood with sharpened tips. You're supposed to preserve your rugged individualism in a sea of people who think they're exactly the same as you, better than everybody else. It's a core contradiction within this brand of counterculture, and don't get me wrong, it doesn't really just appear here, it happens in all sorts of counterculture. But this isn't really counterculture because counterculture has to be counter to a culture, and this is the culture. This isn't the counter. One might say, oh, but consider punk culture. All of those people do the same sorts of things and wear the same clothes, but punk culture doesn't pride itself on being an individualist clusterfuck, it's a community, and it has radical political beliefs that reflect that. The idea of a place for Sigmas to come together to rally around one bigger Sigma that has created a brilliant resource for the other Sigmas, a playlist of drift funk music is unbelievably funny because just like the songs in a playlist, every single pathetic Sigma male lines up single file in the comments to shoot off some snarky comment about the superiority of this music, of themselves, or about how strong and angry it makes them feel. Which makes it all the better that a different force of people have come into the comment section and flooded it with calling these people bots. Because yeah, if you're subscribing to the ideas preached by demagogues like Sneeko and Andrew Tate, you are falling in a very old, very established line, one of toxic masculinity, of strict gender roles, of misogyny, of the nuclear family, of the male who needs to provide, and holy shit, it's an awful line, dude. You don't want to hang out there. It's also not lost on me that the reactionary ideology's playlist or music genre is just a bastardized, reappropriated, bland version of hip-hop. Like, funk existed outside of drift funk, and drift funk is just it's like one song over and over again. It's baffling that it became its own genre.
Gross.
And it got to co-opt the name funk. Want to know how to make drift funk? It's 808 cowbell. That's it. That's the only sound you need. There are people with millions of streams just off of copy and paste 808 cowbell beats. Has FL Studio gone too far? Do we need to go back? Maybe piracy is bad, actually, because it means that the people who are getting the software aren't actually cool enough to go out and steal the CD-ROM from Best Buy. Okay, wow. Well, now I'm looking at the Aggressive Funk Playlist #1 channel, and it also has Funk Playlist 1, literally me with Walter White. It has Aggressive Funk Playlist #7, Homelander the Boys, a 16-second Travis Bickle from Taxi Driver edit, a bunch of anime people with glowing eyes, Heisenberg playlist, Cillian Murphy from Peaky Blinders playlist. We also got the Aggressive Funk Playlist #6, and then in all caps, I Will Kill You, with the thumbnail of Half Skull Patrick Bateman, which has to be avant-garde in some fashion. I don't know, that's subversive to me. Just a good range of videos to pull from here if you want to be embarrassed in front of your classmates at a young age. You know, it's like, hey man, what are you listening to on your phone? Show me your phone screen. Can I see what you're listening to, man? If I personally was asked that while listening to funk, I would be like, yeah, Findom ASMR. Because that's much less embarrassing to listen to in public than this. Back in my day, you know, when we used to suck the real lead from pencils and eat paint chips, the scariest thing you could be into in elementary school was like Luigi's Mansion. And I think this is pretty comparable in terms of intimidation factor, at least. You know, back in my day when we used to drive stick shift cars into ravines and go to old-fashioned diners with pistols. Back in my day when we used to hide animal carcasses in the hoods of Model Ts and throw Molotov cocktails into Triangle Shirtwaist factories. You know, it's different now. Being a kid is different. Whatever happened to Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Whatever happened to Bakugan? Now it's all preteens in the comment sections of funk playlists talking about creatine and developing eating disorders. We need to go back to when Danimals commercials would give you eating disorders. That's where I got mine, baby. So how should
I was prepared for like a return to monkey bit, but nope. Okay, we can do that too, I guess.
I bulk? You're 144 months old. Your soft spot just closed. There are schnauzers that weigh more than you. You're not allowed to stand on the deck when you go on a ferry because you might be swept away. You have a BMI of 1. You have to do the Air Jordan to touch a door frame. I'm 13 and I use this playlist to deadlift. Give up. You know, do something productive. Learn how to troubleshoot ChatGPT C++ mistakes. Do VR surgeon training. Be the first one to be able to resurrect childhood pets in the metaverse. There's a world of tasks you could be accomplishing. Why can't you be the one? True story, when I was 12, I was listening to a Sigma music playlist, and a man came up to me and he said, true happiness, true success doesn't come from gyms or working out. It comes from pursuing your passions and being bald and looking a little bit gay. Not like Animal Crossing gay, like J. Crew gay. And that man's name was Steve Jobs. Let's look at the next playlist, shall we? Next we got Sigma Funk Mix 2023, Aggressive Drift Funk 2023. A good thing about this one is a lot of the comments are just making fun of Sigmas now. I really badly want to explain this one. OMG, I finally have music to listen to while reading the story of an overthinking hooper. Thanks, fellow Sigma. Easter Island emoji, and then wine emoji. So, now, is this funny? Maybe not. But however, Journey of the Overthinking Hooper absolutely is. This is all downstream of a trend on TikTok where people would screenshot comments on a slideshow to make fun of people. Clearly I'm above that. But somebody screenshotted answers to the question, if your life was a novel, what would the name be? And some 11-year-old commented Journey of the Overthinking Hooper, and it just stuck. I can't think of anything more middle school than Journey of the Overthinking Hooper. It's like that's the hardest thing you can go through at that point. Not only do I play basketball, I think much more than I should. You know, what a delicate, thoughtful appraisal of the human condition. Are we not all but overthinking hoopers on nature's court? I'm not reading all of this one. I guess I'll explain.
I ain't reading all that. The fuck?
The Easter Island head is a commonly used emoji by Sigmas. It like maybe means steadfast or cool or stone-faced. I can't explain it. I literally can't. I'm aging out of understanding this stuff. I'm 21. At a point I thought that was young, but these people are...
I do not understand. I do not understand what's going on. I got a comment like that, and I don't know what it means. So...
proving me very wrong. My girlfriend recently introduced me to this type of music, and I can't get enough of it. The beats make me feel powerful, and the energy it makes me feel motivates me to be my best self. Hera, if you're in the comments somewhere, I love you. See, this guy gets it. This is what music is all about. It's getting told about songs by your girlfriend that make you better. This is unironically very cute. This is the only good comment. Playlist makes me want to go ahead and drift a jet instead of a car. Music theory is amazing. When did music theory? When did that come into play? Are you notating this? Are you transcribing it? Where did you get the Funk City sheet music? You know? This is my impersonation of drift funk theorist when the 808 cowbell goes up a half step and then the out of tune 808 goes to the wrong note. Yeah, I'm getting Liszt, I'm getting Shostakovich. I just wish Bernstein could have conducted this, pulled the emotion from it, you know? If you go through the comments here on your own, you'll notice that the people making fun of these people can also be very homophobic and racist. Everything from very sexual jokes to slurs. I think that's important to think about, that being opposed to stuff like this isn't about criticizing ignorance or naivete, it's about making fun of people for being cringe. There's a sectarian rift between the machismo aesthetic of the video and the sort of dominating machismo attitude of the people making fun of it. I don't really know if these people are all that different from the Sigma listeners. Maybe they've just approached a sort of cultural overhang. Some have fallen off and some have just stayed put. Me, I'm neither. I'm perfect. I wake up every day and I put on my birthday hat because it's my birthday. And if you get mad at me that day, you're getting mad at the birthday girl. On my sweet 16 too, the day after the queen died. You know what, fuck you. I listened to this while at the gym. Usually I did 20 reps with this playing, I did 150 reps. It's insane how much music can change performances. 20 replies. He is getting cooked. You cannot lie as well on the internet these days. It's a real shame. You know, back in my day when you had to sharpen your knife on preacher bones and scavenge straight dog meat just to make it past nightfall. No. When I was a kid, it was so easy. You could just be like, yeah, I met Hero Brian. He was actually pretty chill. And then it would be 100 responses, all of them like, teach, how did you do that? Is there a tutorial? But now this guy is just like, oh yeah, I did some extra exercise. And everybody's like, no, idiot. You'd break your bones. It's like the times are changing. I miss a time when it was easier to be duplicitous, if you will. I think duplicitous is a good thing to be. I do struggle with making videos like these. I don't like casting a wide net of criticism or japing at a group of people. I started writing this like a month ago and I wrote the bulk of it and then didn't finish it until today. You know, I really do empathize with kids who are trying to be cooler than they are. You know, when I was 13, I would make fake Tyler Oakley accounts to try to get the top comment on other YouTubers' videos. Nobody knows that but me. It doesn't get more embarrassing than that. Well, actually, yes, it does get embarrassing. It does get more embarrassing because last year I tweeted a photo of Obama and Tyler Oakley and Hannah Hart meeting in like 2015 with the caption, "Nightmare blunt rotation." And Tyler himself responded. He was like, oh, that's okay. I'll smoke on mine. Something to that effect, basically being like, I'm sorry you don't want to smoke with me, but I'm happy with myself. And I said, oh, I used to watch your videos all the time. And then he screenshotted that and added it to a Twitter thread of people switching up, like roasting him. And then when he responds being like, OMG Tyler, no, I'm sorry, I'm a fan. He ate me the fuck up. Can I say that? Like, in retrospect, he cleared me. That was utter humiliation. I activated his trap card. You know, in my defense, there does happen to be a difference between now Tyler Oakley and 2015 Tyler Oakley with Obama. I would totally smoke with now Tyler Oakley sans Obama. The difference is, he wouldn't smoke with me. Is that not the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to anybody? I was 20, he was 33, I'm young. I'm supposed to have some fight in me. I've never lost that bad ever, and I was chubby and on a basketball team in 5th grade. My point is that life in its totality is a series of graphic humiliations, and being a young person is such a core part of that experience, one that is super overwhelming and intimidating, and you're at the mercy of all of these confusing social and cultural forces, and it feels bad to be stumbling around totally confused and to hit your head. And that's something I'm very sympathetic to, and that's why all of the usernames here are blurred or cut out, and that's maybe a part of why I don't love doing these videos in the first place. Much like an Obama nightmare blunt rotation, it's a low blow, but one that I think commentary YouTubers, myself included, take a lot. A lot of viral media historically has been spectacle-oriented, people experiencing terrible failures or injuries or blunders, and that
called for a lift. Yeah, that's probably a good call. Fucking 18,000 steps is a lot. It's a shit ton of steps.
continues to be the case, whether it be on YouTube or other social medias, or the news. There's a slant towards covering the negative, and I've never been quite immune to that. It does make me feel immensely weak that I feel unable to rise above that, but sometimes it feels like there's nowhere else to go. You're the creator that you are, and you do that and you stay put. And now we're finally at Sigma Male playlist, in parentheses, motivational workout music. We got whoever made this playlist is goated. And then right under it, as a Sigma myself, this playlist lets my demons calm down. I have no friends. This is the duality of YouTube commenters right here. This is Cain and Abel. This is a Baroque YouTube painting. Plus an anime profile picture from the person making fun of him, like, we know who you are. We can tell you're not cool either. You're just like the rest of us. You're regular. 0% cringe, 0% drama, 0% bad songs, 100% Sigma. A W in my book, nice to meet you, Sigmas. All right? 441 replies. You know it's impossibly bad for him. He's fighting a war in there. And a Crusader helmet profile picture, I think I know what war he's fighting. And L, unfortunately, Palestine solos. Sorry, loser. Somebody comments, hey, people making fun of everybody, stop. I need real comments for a video. What? Weird comment. Okay, this comment section is like all joke comments, so I'm gonna go back to the first video to mine for funny comments. I'm a 13-year-old girl who has always been the weakling girl in school. Then I told my ma how I wanted to be strong. She said, you show them who's boss. I discovered funk and I listen to it every time I work out. Funk is amazing for deadlifting too, makes everything better. Don't ever lose confidence and motivation. You can do it. Never give up. You're amazing. As a last thought, I feel I would be remiss to not talk about the malignant nature of these playlists, though, so forgive me for a moment while I actually do get political. The comments under these Sigma playlists are very funny, yes, but funny because, as previously mentioned, they are most likely created by and for children who do not understand exactly what they're saying or why they're saying it. Sigma to these children might as well be seen, or emo, or cool, or awesome, just a random phase or subculture their youth has stripped them of any ability to meaningfully relate to. When you're a kid, you suck. You're lame. You look to the people above you, socially and generationally, to situate your own self in relation to them. Of course, when I was young, I too longed for the same sort of identitarian demarcator, a soft box I could be placed in. Consider the nerd culture of my elementary and middle school experience. Collecting Pokemon cards and playing Nintendo games, a culture that came along with its own facile worldview, a dichotomy between relevant, cool, normal people and subculture freaks. A false dichotomy nonetheless, one whose existence only existed insofar as I observed it to be. The other kids in my grade played video games about sports. I played Mario. A child's brain isn't well adapted enough to understand that these things are not only irrelevant, but structurally pretty similar. Their hobbies defined by an external interest. My interest in Mario possibly reflected my need for escapist fantasies, my need to be swept away into a different world. Other kids playing sports games liked sports. Maybe they too needed to escape from the worldly mediocrity of being a child, underdeveloped, unable to excel meaningfully anywhere but your age group. But that's where the inimical power of the Sigma playlist truly finds its footing, amongst confused, disoriented, frustrated kids, outsiders perhaps, or worse, insiders looking to affirm their continued existence at the top of a social hierarchy. Through a Sigma Alpha Beta ideology, the intricate process of growing up and understanding social, emotional, and broadly human dynamics can be steamrolled and carefully vivisected to present the ideas of old as fresh, interesting, and subversive. Perhaps this is where reactionary rhetoric truly succeeds, being able to posit culture as it stands, fortified by centuries of dominance as a forgotten, besieged counterculture, one that has weathered the storm time and time again, proving itself as reliable shelter. This, of course, reckons back to Umberto Eco's famous essay on fascism, in which a core tenet of fascism is presented by a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus. The enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak, and specifically in regards to masculinity, machismo implies both disdain for women and intolerance and condemnation of non-standard sexual habits, from chastity to homosexuality. The Sigma male ideology, like many other ideologies that came before it and many that will subsequently reinvent its reactionary skew, is one that seeks to isolate reality beyond its own means, to make claims so sweeping and irrefutable that they must be seen as truth, truly to flatten the convolution of material society onto a set of verities, facts they believe should be true, to reshape reality into a beast of their own creation, a warped chimera, only capable of being tamed by the strong, the dominant, the male. Of course, the child commenting has no context for this, has no true understanding of the implications of the existence of a Sigma male, and hopefully will grow out of their exaltation of this type of person.
A steps off? Man, I don't have like a Fitbit or anything. And I'm usually not carrying my phone. But I feel like I take a shit ton just between my garage and my bathroom all fucking day. Like all the time. So I feel like that alone is like an easy 5,000. Easy.
But it remains a subject of concern that these ideas of patriarchy, of dominance, still find their way into the minds of young folks. Finally, the Sigma male construct enforces both a false sense of individuality and a false sense of community. Seemingly opposite effects can be achieved by a deceptively simple premise. It goes as follows: you are a strong, independent, self-reliant man, you are well-liked and successful, and you have found that success, both socially and financially, from being yourself, an irrefutable beacon of masculinity and progress. Simultaneously, your ability to do this, to make society better, relies entirely on a subsection of men in that society to together heed the call to traditional masculinity, to support each other, to build this culture one brick at a time. Only through the collective work of millions of individuals can the truly solipsistic ideal be achieved. The true solutions to these problems, ones of earnest community between people who allow each other to express themselves and continually better themselves and grow within said communities, is obscured by this fucked up hierarchy of sigmas, betas, and alphas, of females not texting back and men commenting she's fucking somebody else on each other's gym videos. A better world isn't made through a meat grinder. As adults in a rapidly evolving world and social climate, there is of course need to be better for our children, and to be wary of who is trying to be better for our children. Where does the line of our youth's autonomy to explore the internet, the world, and themselves end, and where do the lines of reactionary thought traps begin? We are addicted to the aesthetics of simple living, and we are bound to an intricate reality. I wish I could say I was free of this, that I am not addicted to being perceived, to looking in the mirror, but the unfortunate truth is, I am probably just as bound to aesthetic constructs as all of these kids are. I don't want to be some sort of indiscriminate hypocrite wagging my fingers at young people on the internet. Young people who probably earnestly don't understand anything about the world or what they're putting into it. I don't want to be perceived as weird or mean or cruel or uncool or unattractive or unlikable, and I don't wish to be divorced from myself and distilled into a cringy comment that would otherwise be lost on a video. I don't want to see myself turn into a culture cop or a buzzkill, or even worse, a useless, facile excuse for a content creator. I find myself paralyzed by fear at the idea of posting a joke, a thought, an idea. I know I've already tried so hard to hold myself to higher standards, but I still find myself swallowing my pride and waxing poetic on bullshit. In the clearest terms, the job of a YouTuber that I have chosen is to be a professional stay-at-home loser who pumps car exhaust from my mouth into the ears of hundreds of thousands of people, hoping to convince them that I'm more than what I am. Maybe it took me so long to make this video for that exact reason. I can't always stomach being the loser that puts these losers on blast. That's not to say that there is an importance to be found in digging deep and extracting meaning from what seems meaningless, that people shouldn't look inward and truly analyze the building blocks of the things they see, but it is to say that as users of the internet, it's not wrong to want something more meaningful, more human, because what I do in this video, it wasn't necessarily wrong or unhelpful, but it was a construction of something inhuman. An extrapolation of videos and comments and amorphous moments to build a useful idea, one I can prove myself by unpacking. It may be a harmful idea, one that is reflected in the things that I speak about, but at its core that's what I'm doing, stacking blocks so I can knock them down. But that's enough about me. In terms of solutions to the problem, kid sigmas, etc., personally I think we should extract the brains of children through a big straw and put it in one large child brain in the middle of the country that we use to mine for crypto and to train ChatGPT-5 on. But that's just my idea. It's not like I've been emailing and calling my senators for months trying to get Operation Youth Mind on the desk of Joe Biden. Did I mention we could also use it to power cloud gaming, like Google Stadia and NVIDIA GeForce Now? I also want a big cat, like a lion or tiger or puma, and I want to become friends with it and go on a grand adventure to find the ruins of an ancient forgotten city. Is that really too much to ask? I hope not. But what I do hope is that this isn't too much to ask. My friend Alexis is in dire need of financial support. They have gone through a lot over the past few years, all sparked by an apartment fire that has left them financially unstable. They recently lost a job and they are struggling with addiction and relapse. They are looking for money to sustain themselves financially over the next few months while they get on their feet. I have left the link to all of their donation links in the description. I have donated myself, and I hope you will find it in your heart to do so too. On their Ko-fi, they are tracking the amount of money they have received so that you can see their progress towards their goal. But that's really all I have to say for this video. Other than that, take care of yourself, take care of others, be kind to yourself, and be kind to others. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
1, 2,
bye.
Hey everybody, it's Drama Tuesday. Welcome back to the channel. I'm Nick. I'm gonna tell you about drama and news that doesn't actually matter in the world. I've been getting countless suggestions to talk about this story the past few weeks, but finally it has come to some sort of end, so I'm here to talk about it. A reminder that I am not a professional when I talk about these matters. I'm not like a good journalist. I'm just here to talk to the camera, and you're here to set it down while you're doing something else so you can have someone talking in the background. If you're new here, this is my second channel. I have a main channel, but we're trying to beat it in subscribers. So you should subscribe to me right now if you want. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. I'll probably show up again at some point. And another reminder, almost every day on my Instagram story, I'm asking you guys questions about what I should talk about or what's going on or really anything. So if you want to talk to me there, go to Instagram at NickIsNotGreen. I'm also on every other social media, same handle, okay? Let's get into it. Let's just jump right into it right now. So today we are talking about the Taylor Swift and Maddie Healy news. Maddie Healy. Just a joke. Of course, I know who Maddie Healy is. I was in high school. I was a big fan of the 1975. I saw them a few times in concert, and it's a band. Yeah, the 1975 is a band. Maddie Healy is the lead singer. Taylor Swift, another singer. You guys probably don't know her. Just yesterday, we found out the devastating news that these two split up. You know, we thought they were going to be a dream team. Everyone was rooting for them. Not so much, though. Not so much at all. The easiest way to explain this in a big blurb is that Taylor Swift started dating another singer who her fans find problematic, and so there's
Hey, I'm glad you made it home.
a lot of backlash over it, but just yesterday, they broke up. They broke up after a month or two. But you all know that. You just want the tea from me. You want to hear me give my take on it. I tweeted out they should call the show Taylor, Rick, and Morty Healy. I tweeted that, and I don't think people thought it was that funny. Thinking back on it, it was probably a mistake. But yeah,
I think that's funny.
have a history with the 1975. I used to be a fan of them.
Festival Fernando. I don't even know who that is.
And when I was in high school, I have kind of stopped listening to their music in the past few years because I'm just not what I'm into. But Maddie Healy himself has always been an interesting figure and a controversial one at that. Oh yeah, I also wanted to ask what stories you want me to cover next. I was either going to talk about George Not Found from Minecraft. Everyone hates that guy now, apparently. All the Minecraft stans hate him. And then the other thing was the new show, The Idol, on HBO, that Sam Levinson show that's got a bunch of controversy. I'll talk about one of those probably on Friday. Okay, let's jump into it. Since 2015, the past 8 years, people have been spreading rumors that Maddie Healy of the 1975 and Taylor Swift were dating. Now, I didn't know this at the time because I'm not super plugged in with the Swifties. Since 2015, Taylor's been dating a few different guys. Apparently, they're all like British, which I didn't realize. I didn't even know this Joe Alwyn guy was British. Everyone's talking about Joe Alwyn. I am not fit for this job. They threw me into the TikTok drama corner of YouTube, and it's fun, so I'm doing it, but I'm not good at it. Okay? You have to remember when you're watching me that I'm not going to give you like really good, solid news. I got to stop having this imposter syndrome, though. I'm good at this. I'm really good at this. So Taylor put out this album last year called Midnights or whatever. Massive album. Did it come out this year or last year? It's not my problem, okay? But I'm only bringing that up because it was like confirmed that Maddie Healy or all of the 1975 collaborated with Taylor on her new album, but their songs never actually made it out. So anyways, April 2023 comes around. The Swifties are freaking out because she broke up with her boyfriend Joe Alwyn, apparently British. Everyone thought they were perfect for each other, and they were upset because they were like, everything was going so well, except they didn't know if it was actually going well or not, because you don't really know any of these people's real lives. But a lot of Swifties tried to pretend like they understood what was going on, when really nobody does, because these are just like regular people who do private, regular people things. And everything can look good on the outside from the one picture you get every few weeks of them from the paparazzi, but that doesn't mean it's great. It doesn't mean it's like going the best, right? So all of a sudden these guys break up and Maddie Healy enters the picture. He's back in the picture. He starts showing up to Taylor Swift shows and he starts playing with Phoebe Bridgers on stage because she's opening for Taylor, this and that, blah, blah, blah. The point is, he's at the shows now, okay? People start freaking out. Maddie Healy's at the shows, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. He's British. And so all these little hints start coming out during the shows, okay? They're doing these little cryptic messages. You start seeing Maddie and Taylor in the same place together at the same studio. All of a sudden, they're like saying similar cryptic messages on stage to each other. I'll show the clips of that. They were caught like holding hands or something, I guess. And during one of the Taylor Swift shows, Maddie was seen with Taylor Swift's dad. So all of a sudden the Swifties go into this like outbreak because suddenly Maddie Healy is...
Dude, the entire internet is stalking Taylor Swift. This is kind of insane.
In the picture for Taylor Swift, and they do not like that. Why are they mad about that? Well, let's talk about it. Marty Healy has had a long list of controversies over the past few years that have made people who are fans of Taylor Swift not very happy with him. Now, all of these controversies to say, I do think that Maddie Healy is a good artist. I think he makes great art. I don't know if he makes a great guy, though. Okay? Let's start listing the controversies. Now, my least favorite one, that was something that has been happening for years now, is that Marty Healy likes to kiss fans on the mouth while he's performing on stage.
That he was cool with it. Video footage from the kiss has since gone viral on Twitter, and it seems to have left fans divided.
Dude, he's just kissing everybody. Oh my god, I didn't realize how many times. Holy fuck.
It's something that has happened multiple times at shows, and people have confirmed that he like asks their age so he knows that he has consent before he kisses them. But most fans of the 1975 are female minors who cannot kiss a grown man. And so despite whether or not someone's showing him a license or like an ID or whatever so he can kiss them, it doesn't change the fact that it's weird. Maybe it stops him from being a criminal on accident, because if he didn't do it, he'd be kissing all of these young women. But that doesn't suddenly mean it's okay. Because I hear a lot of people go, oh, it's so gross, Maddie Healy kisses on stage. And then some 1975 fan is like, no, guys, but he actually asked the girl for her ID before he kissed her. No, dude, that doesn't make it any better. That makes it almost weirder. It makes it like, I don't know, this whole thing's gross. I've never been a fan of when artists do that, or they do really anything that's like romantic with people who are at the front stage of their concert. Because most likely if you're at the Barricade at a 1975 show, you are a big fan of the 1975. And then he also, like, there's videos of girls like reaching out towards his face while he's singing to them at the show, and then he starts sucking on their fingers.
Ew. It's like a Biden move. Is he wasted, or he looks pretty wasted? He looks really wasted.
Are you kidding me? You cannot suck on a fan's fingers. You shouldn't be sucking on their mouths. You shouldn't be spitting in
What was that? What did I just watch?
their mouths. I don't know if he's the one that spits in fans' mouths. That might have been JPEG Mafia. I think Slow Tide is that. I don't like that.
What?
And then I remember seeing a clip a few months ago where all these people who were fans of Maddie Healy were like, gushing over the fact that at a show, he like grabbed one of the cameraman's heads and put like the camera on his crotch and just like and the comments were all at the time like, oh, this is so hot. I wish I was the camera. I wish I was the cameraman. It's so hot the way he grabs the back of this guy's head and shoves it towards his crotch. It is not. It's gross. You're a weirdo if you do that. You're weird if you've ever wanted to do something like that on either end.
Oof.
It should not be okay to glorify this kind of sexual harassment, especially when it's on stage in front of a ton of people when you can't really do anything. You're trying to do your job. The cameraman's trying to do his job. And despite whether or not there was like some consent before or after it, it's just not a good display of, I don't know, it's not a good example. You're not setting a very good example, Morty. Okay? Morty, you're not setting a very good example. Next up, the raw meat situation. There were people who were really upset and grossed out with Maddie Healy, I guess, eating like raw meat on stage for one of the parts of their set when they were playing a show.
What? Ew! What the fuck? Why?
And it was like supposed to be this,
What was that?
I think like art thing, but people found it disgusting, and like especially people who like don't, you know, like when people eat meat. It's probably not very fun to be at a concert and see a guy like downing a raw bloody beef at a show. You understand what I'm saying? Not that I'm like saying we need to make the vegetarians feel comfortable in the place, but could he at least do something a little less like barbaric, you know? There's like blood and meat juice everywhere. It's just, I don't know. No one is looking at that part of the performance and that part of your art and enjoying it. But on the other hand, that's not to say that all art is meant to be enjoyed. Some art is meant to be disgusted. The point of art is to evoke an emotion in people and evoke an emotion out of yourself to create something. So does that make it okay? Or is it just weird? Again, I think it's a little weird. Sometimes people think that just because you aren't breaking the law, it means everything's okay, but we're allowed to say that shit is weird, you know? You can say that. Next controversy. I'm just listing off this guy's controversies. I'm going to cancel him. I'm going to ruin his career. There was this thing when they were performing one of their songs, Love It If We Made It, a classic 1975 song, and there's a part of the song where he says, "Thank you, Kanye, very cool," and he's quoting Donald Trump tweeting that out to Kanye. And while he's singing that lyric, he does like a Nazi salute on stage. And
Yo, what the fuck? I didn't know about this part. I didn't know about this part at all.
And people took it the wrong way, obviously, because it's like you're doing this salute on stage, and most of the people in the audience aren't going to make the connection that it's like Donald Trump tweeting about Kanye and Kanye's doing all of the like Nazi shit. I don't know if people can all see that and understand it in real time. So I feel like doing a Nazi salute on a nuanced...
I don't think you can do an ironic Nazi salute. I don't think that's a
thing. Probably not the best choice at a concert. People were not happy about that. Like, I understand where he's coming from. Performance art can be interpreted in a lot of different ways, and it can be performed in a lot of different ways. But I don't know if their audience demographic is huge on that kind of performance art when it comes to the raw meat and the Nazi salutes. What's next? The Ice Spice thing. A lot of people probably heard about the Ice Spice thing, okay? Marty went on this podcast called The Adam Friedland Show. That is this very satirical show that was created out of another podcast called Come Town, which also had a lot of satirical, like the whole like edgy comedy type thing. And a lot of the jokes on that show, at least from what I understand, are made to be overly offensive and edgy and like to a dumb extent. Like it's supposed to be making fun of people who would be that bigoted. But Maddie Healy joined in on this podcast, and there was a part of the show where they were talking about Ice Spice, and they like compared her to like a Chinese lady and were saying that she was like native and all, like, I don't know. They were making all these weird jokes. I'll play the clip, but people were very upset about it.
Ice Spice, you know who that is?
Nick doesn't know who it is.
She's like
one of the Spice Girls.
Yes, that's
she's
right.
like this rapper.
She's the rapper
that
from the
has
Spice
one
Girls.
Inuit Spice Girl.
Yeah.
Just this chubby
Yeah, okay. God.
Chinese lady. Yeah, I rap and music. Do they talk like that? Do Inuits talk like that?
They don't talk with a Chinese
They
accent.
talk like a more Hawaiian style. Boom,
yeah, more Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Welcome to Hawaii.
She's a very...
Stop. Stop it.
attractive woman
Yeah.
that released one song and basically
So you
everyone's
slide
like,
in your DMs, you're like,
Yeah.
so what are you, a fucking ass? Or
Yeah,
something?
yeah, that's-
Now, there were a lot of 1975 fans or just people on the internet in general who were trying to explain this to people who were hearing it out of context, in the sense that this was supposed to be satire and it was supposed to be like overly offensive. But I think that a satirical thing like that, and something that is this very like edgy commentary on a famous person, I think if I was Morty Healy, I would back away from that situation, understanding that that thing's going to get clipped out of context and all of a sudden everyone is calling you a raging racist. And I'm not saying that he was in the right by explaining what the podcast is about. I still think that the jokes themselves aren't really that funny, and it was just sort of an overall like mess. It's a very kind of a cringe fest now that we see what's happened with it. All of that to say, I still think all of this stuff is pretty disgusting. I want to figure out like the angle that fans of this podcast are going at, so I'm trying to like see how they're justifying it, but personally I still am in the camp of yeah, the jokes are pretty shitty. If you throw a bunch of dudes in a room and start shitting on like one of the biggest female artists in the world right now, people aren't going to be happy about it, especially when that guy, Morty Healy, gets attached to Taylor Swift. So now Taylor Swift's fans are like, oh my God, he's saying all these offensive things on the Adam Friedland show, the one that I watch every week, which again, I've never seen the podcast, but at least from the clip I watched, I don't really need to see the podcast, you know? I understand how you could put out like an hour of audio content and something could get clipped and misconstrued, but you're like asking for it, you know? If you say stuff like that, you're kind of asking to get people upset and angry with you. And I don't know, there's like all these other controversies also. He like made fun of some fan's name who was Irish. And
what's your name?
Dervla.
What?
I know.
Dervla, it sounds like something you move like gravel with. Dervla. What is
people online got upset about it, and there was this BLM post he made a few years ago, but he tagged one of his songs and people thought he was promoting his music. He said things on stage that seemed like they were about to be borderline racist.
The guys control the songs, I don't control the songs. They can cut me off at any point when I start, whatever. Whenever I start talking to something they don't like. And I've been thinking about trans people in sports.
So I'm not right-wing, but it's like...
I don't think it's a racist thing to say, oh fuck.
Okay, a black guy, a Jewish guy... It's not up to me. I had this like Indian taxi driver today.
Looking back at these videos, my personal stance is that the joke of every song is obviously that he's about to say something problematic and then the band cuts him off. That's like supposed to happen. So I personally watching it, I think it's very obvious that he's not actually, the joke is that he's a bigoted person getting cut off by the band because he's saying
Yeah, it's just not funny though.
something. But he obviously wasn't actually about to say, he's making fun of it. All this stuff that I think I'm better off moving on from. I think we can understand how we got to the point where Matty Healy is problematic to these Swifties and to a lot of people on the internet. Personally, after all this shit has happened the past few years, I find his actions to be just kind of like dumb, and he's trying to be profound, but it's just not really working for him. And probably in the same way that someone like Matty Healy isn't happy to have the audience demographic he does. He doesn't want to just appeal to like white high school girls, but that happens to be a lot of his base. Not all of it, okay? I'm just saying that happens to be a lot of his base. And so after all of this, when it suddenly seems to be confirmed that Maddie is dating Taylor Swift, everyone gets super upset and says that she's problematic now and they don't know what they can do now that Taylor's dating someone who is possibly bigoted, and how would she make this decision? We know Taylor. She's better than that. She's better than that. Again, we don't know anything about these people, okay? They are so beyond what we can understand in terms of the personal shit going on in their lives. But after this Ice Spice stuff happens, Matty Healy starts dating Taylor Swift, and suddenly Taylor is doing a remix of one of her songs with Ice Spice. And then following that, she went out on her tour and brought Ice Spice out on stage in front of, you know, tens of thousands of people and performed the song with her live, I think. And so this whole thing seemed very weird, right? Because we go from Matty Healy making the Ice Spice comments all of a sudden he's dating Taylor Swift, who is one of the most likable figures in the country. And then Taylor Swift brings out Ice Spice, and it all seems like this cover up for Maddie Healy to not be as problematic to people online. All of a sudden, to a lot of people, it comes off as if he's trying to make his public reputation better by dating one of the most likable artists in the country, and then while also having that likable artist platform the woman who he slandered on this podcast. Personally,
I don't know. I feel like you're not giving Taylor the benefit of the doubt there. Like, it's her choice. It's literally her performance, right? I don't know, like, that was probably planned, like, well in advance, I imagine. I don't know, though.
I'm kind of 50-50 with it. I would not be surprised if Maddie Healy and Taylor were just friendly, and if this PR thing happened to try to make it look better, and less than a month later, they break up because it obviously didn't work. People continued to be angry. People continued to call him problematic, and it started getting into Taylor's reputation. Play on words. I didn't even mean to do that. So I don't know. I don't really know enough about these people to make like an educated guess as to what this is all about. But I think it's kind of funny to imagine Maddie's PR team doing all of this shit with one of the biggest artists in the world just to fix this guy's reputation, just for it to blow up even more in their face, and now they're broken up again. So does that make sense? Does that cover all of it? People are upset. They're not upset anymore. We move on from life. Don't kiss your fans at your shows. Don't suck on their fingers. Stop eating raw meat. And maybe people will start to like him a little bit more. Oh yeah, so that's it. Let me know in the comments what you think about this whole thing, especially if you're more educated about it than I am. And if you want to send me video ideas, follow me on Instagram at nickisnotgreen, or email me, nickisnotgreenmerch@gmail.com. Most of the time I do not respond, but I look at a lot of DMs and I take a lot of it into consideration when planning videos for this channel. So yeah, we'll continue doing the drama thing. Subscribe. Let's beat Nick is Not Green on YouTube. And I hope you have a great rest of your week. I will see you probably on Friday. Bye. Oh, also a reminder that you should check out my music with Queef Jerky. It's Dev Lemons and my...
You actually should. It's pretty good. I like it. I like it a lot.
Music. It's our band. And things are going to get pretty big here soon enough for Queef Jerky, okay? I'll play a little snippet of a song we got on the end of this video, okay? Here you go.
Yeah, she was a cop and so I slaughtered her. Yeah, I am the boss, that is my moniker. Yeah, I smell like baby Bradley Cooper. Yeah, I've got the cream and you have got the scooper. Yeah, I only tell it how it is. Yeah, I'm the soda of the fizz. Yeah.
This video.
Okay, I saw this thing on Twitter I want to look at.
Hey kids, today we're gonna learn about the world.
No.
The world that's around us is pretty amazing, but how does it work? It must be complicated. The secret is the world can only work when everything works together. A bee drinks from a flower and leaves with its pollen. A squirrel in a tree spreads the seeds that have fallen. Everything works together. The biggest elephant, the littlest fly. The gophers underground, the birds in the sky. And every single cricket, every fish in the sea gives what they can and gets what they need. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. From A to zebra to the worms in the dirt. That's how...
Why is this so good?
It works.
Why is it so good?
Look who stopped by to say hello. It's Socko. Hey! Where you been, Socko? I've been where I always am when you're not wearing me on your hand. In a frightening liminal space between states of being. Not quite dead, not quite alive. It's similar to a constant state of sleep paralysis. Socko, we were just talking about the world and how it works. Boy, that sounds complicated. Do you have anything you'd want to teach us about the world? I wouldn't say anything that you probably haven't already said yourself. I don't know about that, Socko. How about you give it a try? All right. The simple narrative taught in every history class is demonstrably false and pedagogically classist. Don't you know the world is built with blood and genocide and exploitation? The global network of capital essentially functions to separate the worker from the means of production, and the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Private property's inherently theft, and neoliberal fascists are destroying the left, and every politician, every cop on the street protects the interests of the pedophilic corporate elite. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. Genocide the natives, say you got to it first. That's how it works. That's pretty intense. No shit. What can I do to help? Read a book or something, I don't know. Just don't burden me with the responsibility of educating you. It's incredibly exhausting. I'm sorry, Sako. I was just trying to become a better person. Why do you rich fucking white people insist on seeing every socio-political conflict through the myopic lens of your own self-actualization? This isn't about you, so either get with it or get out of the fucking way. Watch your mouth, buddy. Remember who's on whose hand here. But that's what have you not been fucking listening? We are all right. I know. I like now. Please, how do I go back? Up. I can't go. I can't go back. Please. Please. I'm sorry. Are you going to behave yourself? Yes. Yes. What?
Yeah, there's like some parts where it's not that good, but most of it's really good. That's wild. All right. More trigger warnings, probably.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Gays Behaving Badly, the YouTube show where we pretend George Santos doesn't exist, because that's the only way we can get through the day. My name is James.
I'm Nick.
Nick.
My voice cracked. I love when my voice cracks. It hasn't cracked since I was a teenager. Teenagers, you hate your voice cracking. Now when you get older, it's like, I'm young
So
again.
In today's episode, video, whatever the hell we call these things, we're going to be talking about how Pride kind of sucks.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about like more the consequences, the unspoken consequences of Pride being corporate.
Pride going mainstream.
Yeah, because like
we liked when people didn't like us.
We seemed to like each other more when people didn't like us.
Yeah, the gays got along more when we had an enemy.
So, like, just not necessarily talking about the history, because that is a big, long discussion.
There will be a documentary coming from Telos.
Yeah, we wanted. It's funny because we wanted to make it a video, and everyone wanted it to be a video. And then I tried writing it for Pride last year or the year before, and I got like 2 paragraphs in, and I knock, James. This is big.
Yeah, and it does have a title. It's called Pride for Sale, and it will be coming from Telos Pictures eventually. But before we get into the meat of the video, I would like to thank this video's sponsor, which is being a wonderful sponsor who's been sponsoring a bunch of videos lately, and I hope you continue to sponsor lots of videos in the future. So let's get into the video proper now. Segment 1. Let's talk about Pride.
Well, Pride is
a sin.
It's a sin. It's also an incredibly weird
Isn't
word.
it one of those like really harsh bad sins?
It's the
one of the 7 deadly sins.
The apex of the 7 deadly sins.
Yeah.
It's the bad one.
Yeah.
And you can see that element of Judeo-Christian. There's a whole discussion about like Nietzschean ethics on morality and how he feels about pride and the devaluing of pride, and whether that's good or bad. And whether that's good or bad, depending on which edit you're reading of him, because some of his works were edited to be...
I wonder what Ayn Rand would feel about pride. I bet she would love gay pride.
Ayn Rand was very heavily inspired by Nietzsche. But it also might have been the version of Nietzsche that was doctored to make him more palatable to the Nazi party so his sister could gain favor with them after he died. Yes.
And I'm not saying anything nice about Ayn Rand.
No.
Because we're not going to say anything nice about pride either.
I think Ayn Rand would be a fan of Nietzsche, and philosophy students, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I can almost guarantee you Nietzsche would have nothing but contempt for Ayn Rand. Not for the reasons you think, though. He would have thought she was a pitiful pretender.
I mean, very much.
Yeah.
Anyway, this isn't the Ayn Rand podcast episode. We'll talk about Ayn Rand. Eventually, we will talk about her. But for now,
can we replace the 10,000 Patreon goal with from One Piece to Ayn Rand?
Maybe it's 7,500 patrons. We will do a feature-length documentary about Ayn Rand.
Because One Piece has a lot to do with, like, like greed and corporatism and militarism. Like, we could incorporate Ayn Rand into that probably.
The Randianness of One Piece. 10,000 patrons. You'll get it. Okay, all right. So talk about pride. Let's talk about pride. So first of all, for everyone who's listening, the little baby gays who don't know anything about queer history, watch more videos on the channel. You'll know. But pride, as it was originally conceived, was not, the happy-go-lucky parade that you bring your kids to in their strollers and, people bop around with rainbow balloons. It was a protest movement.
Straighter people even say it was a riot, but
it certainly started as one.
That's if you're taking into consideration Stonewall, the original PRIDE movement, which is Personal Rights and Defense Education, which occurred which was disbanded a few months before the Stonewall riots, actually.
Yeah, right at the end of '68, it stopped.
They
not
were
on its own
very
accord.
provocative group.
I didn't realize it was an acronym. What was it?
That's if you're taking into consideration Stonewall, the original PRIDE movement, which is Personal Rights and Defense Education, which
Personal rights in and what the fuck? I don't get it.
Occurred which was disbanded a few months before the Stonewall riots, actually.
Yeah, right at the end of '68, it stopped.
They
not
were
on its own
very
accord.
Provocative group of rights advocates, and they were very confrontational. They did not start any riots, but they certainly did protest.
Yeah.
The reemergence of the Pride movement that began the modern movement today, it's the second Pride movement, I will say, that very much was born out of the riots that came out of the Stonewall arrests.
The modern Pride movement,
Yes.
it definitely grew out of Stonewall. And one could argue
it's a fascinating history, and the gay rights in the late '60s and early '70s, absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, because it's you would think that it's really like the gays versus the straights, and it's like, no, it's actually the gays versus the other gays. That was the war going on in the late '60s, early '70s, and continued honestly to go on for a very long time until this day.
Probably it started to swing in terms of the gays that were versing the other gays. Probably that died off, probably with the '80s.
Probably, yeah. I think AIDS kind of, kicked everyone into.
I'm trying to explain to some people just how much of a game
happen.
changer AIDS was. Looking at gay history before the '80s and then after, but pride. So the question I want to ask is, how can pride still be a protest? Because how can pride still be a protest when pride has corporate sponsors?
And we have corporate sponsors, and we are very much protest a lot.
Yeah.
But I would say it's not how can pride be a protest when it's financed by banks?
Yeah.
When you go to a pride parade in Canada, it is TD Bank everywhere.
Yeah.
When you go to the US, it's Ameribank everywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Because
Bank of America.
Yeah. I wonder, it's not about corporates. It's about, when I say corporate, I mean the hegemony. I mean
the big money.
The elements that are kind of pulling the oligarchic strings of our, not just America, but our Western world.
Yeah.
This isn't, our sponsors who are, relatively smaller. These are the big tech, big banks.
Yeah. We're not being sponsored by Elon Musk's stuff.
This is elements of money that are small nations unto themselves.
Oh yeah. Apple has more money than most countries.
Yes. So if pride needs to be a protest, how can it protest when the culture itself is sponsoring it? The hegemonistic determining factors of our culture, which are these financial institutions, because in our mid to late stage of capitalism that we're in, that's kind of how culture functions.
Yeah, and it's something that you know, I worked in marketing for a very long time, and we talked about, you know, every June, okay, how do we appeal to the LGBTQ community? And even back in business school, we took courses and about different marketing histories and stuff like that. And one of them was specifically in the 1990s, the sort of the power players of corporate America, specifically corporate America, really realized that gays and lesbians, especially couples, who at the time were very, very unlikely to have children, but they had dual incomes and on average made more money than straight couples. Because gays and lesbians tended to go into higher income fields because there was a big kind of, I must be better than my straight siblings kind of thing. And so
I still kind of have that. Don't worry. The bar is not that high.
But, so, you know, gays and lesbians had a lot of money and nobody was appealing to them. And so a lot of people think that, you know, companies started to market towards gay people to be inclusive. That they would start putting gay people in their advertisements, in their commercials and stuff like that. That Disney started doing gay days at Disneyland to, you know, say we are inclusive of the L's and the G's.
Yeah.
But that's not how it works.
So
it was specifically, we were marketed to. We were not appealed to. We were marketed to.
I would do you one higher and say that the problem is that not that the marketing was directed at the gays. It's that the gays were used as a marketing tool to make this corporation seem palatable to left-leaning centrists.
And to the gays, because they wanted the gays' money. Because it wasn't saying, like, look at us, look how inclusive we are. It was, and like, this is actual history. They weren't saying this is how inclusive we are. They were saying, look, there's two men sitting on a couch in our commercial. Don't you want to buy our insurance? Don't you want to come to Disneyland? And it was that kind of thing because gays and lesbians had lots of money.
So if we're being, if we're being used in this element of the culture and being used as this kind of, you know, tool to make this corporation seem palatable, we're being brought into the very culture that Pride originally protested against.
Yeah.
So going into our next segment,
because Pride was originally very much pushing back against the straight hegemony, the cishet hegemony, kind of saying, like, we don't need to fit into your boxes. But, you know, in the early 90s, the gays because not all gays and lesbians had a lot of money.
No.
But the ones that did
had a lot.
They had a lot, and they played the game. They played the corporate game. They worked in the corporate offices. You know, they were doctors and lawyers and business people and CEO. Well, not so much CEOs, but you know, they had money, and they had that because they were already existing within a conservative frame of mind. Because, you know,
at least that fiscal conservative frame of mind,
yes,
where it's like, I want low taxes, but I want to feel like a good person.
And not just that, but kind of like, you know, the gays that wouldn't set off your gaydar kind of thing.
The ones who passed.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're getting a lot about, you know, fringe elements of queer society who are being pressured to pass.
Yeah. And so it was that kind of gay, and they were the ones being appealed to. And that is when gay pride started to become very mainstream, and the parades started to become a thing that was on the daily news that wasn't like, look at the freaks. It was more like, look at the happy people.
Yeah.
Look how much they want to get married. And that started in the 90s. And it was because corporate America decided there's money over there in them hills, and we're not getting any of it yet.
So the question is, like, if as we are being brought into the culture and being used as an element of the culture, if the culture is still oppressing us in some way, how do we make Pride a protest when Pride is part of the hegemonistic culture?
Well, yeah. How do you protest the culture when the culture sponsors you?
Specifically, the question we need to ask before that is there anything worth protesting right now?
Is there anything worth protesting?
I don't know.
Stay tuned. And we're back from an advertisement from probably corporate America.
Let's know if it's Christian Mingle.
Some of the ones, man.
I love hearing about what ads are on these videos.
Sometimes they're hilarious. But yeah, is it worth the L's, the G's, the B's, the T's, the Q's? Is it worth
flipping
us...
the pride table once again to say like, no, we deserve stuff?
Yeah, like a party. Party's great when you celebrate the things that you're winning, but we're losing an awful lot right now. Is it really
worth, sitting John Kent down and letting him know that no, pride does still need to not be a party?
John Kent?
Yeah, Superman's son.
Oh.
The one who in the last Pride issue for DC kind of said, I know that Pride was a protest at one point, but now it's just a party. It's like, little baby queer, sit down.
Sit your butt down, Twinkie.
You're literally a Superman. A white Superman who lives in a penthouse in an analogy for,
New York City.
New York City. Like, sit down.
Yeah, sit your ass down, boy. But yeah, so what is worth protesting now? And a couple of years ago, I would have said not much.
My big sticking point was employment non-discrimination.
That was my big one. I still think we should have fought for employment non-discrimination before marriage. Lots of people disagree with me, and that's perfectly fine.
And that's not us saying that marriage isn't important, but in terms of priorities, like I feel like employment non-discrimination needs to be paramount. You need your bottom line.
Because in the America that exists today, in certain states, you can get married on Friday and then fired on Monday for getting gay married. So a couple of years ago, I would have said, not much except that, and, move out of those states. But now it doesn't seem to matter where you live, unless you live in California or New York State. Somebody is coming for you.
Yeah, I feel it's like a genie out of the bottle situation where when people discovered that hating specifically trans people and now also non-binary people was an option, that I have someone to hate, awesome. Like,
well, yeah, because it kind of was like they lost the war for gay marriage and they were like, shit. And then it became, well, we got to hate somebody.
Yeah.
And then the trans bathroom issue became a thing, which never should have been an issue to begin with.
It never had been a thing historically.
Ever.
It's smoke and mirrors.
And it's brilliant. If I can find the clip, I'll put it in. A young trans man went to a town hall with a conservative governor, I think, Republican governor, and said,
"Look at me. I am a transgender man. Do you really think that the girls in my high school would feel comfortable sharing a restroom with me?"
And the governor just swam around in circles to not answer that question.
Yes.
Because it's like, yeah, do you want him in the bathroom with your daughter? Because here's the thing. Here's one of the things that drives me nuts is the trans male erasure that happens with it. They never think of the men that you're putting into the women's bathroom. They're always thinking about the trans women being in women's bathrooms. And it's like, this is a two-way street. And I know you're uncomfortable with this. Get over it.
Yeah.
You're going to be a whole lot more uncomfortable with some of the trans guys I know are a hell of a lot more butch than most of the straight guys I know.
Immediately after
straight guys.
the bathroom debate, after the bathroom debate started becoming a thing, immediately within like 2 weeks, there were cis girls being beat up from being in
they were
bathrooms
butch
because they were they were tomboys.
Yeah.
Just everything around this gender debate is completely out of proportion. Trans people amount to about 1% of the population, if that.
Yeah.
It is not enough percent of the population for anyone to get their knickers in a knot about.
And that's the thing. That's the thing that conservatives and Republicans, because some conservatives are not bad on this.
And I'm not trying to say like because there aren't that many of them, it's not important. I'm saying the opposite is like because there aren't a whole lot of trans and gender non-conforming people, it's like we shouldn't care about what they do.
But the thing is that arch conservatives will say they are really good at finding a section of the population that's very tiny, that really does not impact the rest of the population whatsoever, but they're different enough to stand out. And so even though they're this tiny little group, you can make them seem massive. And, like in the UK, it's been happening all the time where they've been saying, well, there's, 8,000% more trans people now than there was 10 years ago. And it's that means there's like 800 more trans people.
Right. Yeah. Literally. Oh, like 10 more people came out? That's crazy. And
People than there were 10 years ago. Calm down.
Well, not to mention,
Joan.
like, most trans people in the past did not officially, publicly or whatever, transition.
Well, there was no legal way to
they
transition
did
for a
their
long
own
time.
way. They did it without a doctor. They DIY'd it. A lot of people got hurt because they were DIYing it,
Yeah.
which fed into statistics about, oh, hormones destroy your body. It's like, yes, because they couldn't get legal access to in order to stem dysphoria. They needed
That
to do
was
whatever they
dealt
could.
with on Pose, like people having to use illegal hormones
Yeah.
and do illegal feminization surgery and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Like, yeah, when that happens, it's scary. Like, let's make that not happen. It's like backroom abortions.
Like Barbara from the suburbs will do anything to make her tits lift half an inch, but like, so
Barbara,
like,
please?
so they really should understand why someone who has the wrong body and the lengths they will go. Joan Crawford, fuck off! The lengths they will go to. The lengths they
Happy
will go,
Pride, everybody.
They will go to feel comfortable in their own body. And
Yeah.
yes, you lift
And
your
why
tits
is
half
it
an inch,
so
like-
goddamn okay for cis people to go and have all the tit lifts and the butt lifts and the liposuction and the dick extensions and the
I
all
saw
of that?
a man who had his like face additions, like the full on Lady Gaga Born This Way era, like, you know, augmentations, like on like kind of piping within his arm to kind of make him look alien. Like his eyes were he had tattoos in his eyes to make him look dark. His tongue was split, bottom lip kind of like split in bottom there, and he was discussing a way to get his penis split in two so he could have a hemi penis to be more freakish.
what? I'm sorry, what? Is that a thing? Oh boy, that sounds awful.
Doctors sign off on that, I guess. But meanwhile,
and you know,
people want to you know,
you be you.
Yes,
you want to have
I'm not
all the
criticizing
body
that.
augmentation surgery you want. You be you.
I am a tried and true monster. I'm kind of into that. So like,
so many beeping I'm gonna have to do in this episode.
have we been beeping that much? I don't think so.
Well,
The night is young.
yeah.
So it's probably not acceptable. That man probably faces a lot of kind of weird looks.
Oh, it must be a horrible time
But
for
at
him
the
to get a
same
job.
time, there is,
which is horrible, you know,
Yeah.
about society that we would just look at someone and say no.
I mean, with the procedures he's getting, he probably has money as it is.
Yeah, 'cause that shit ain't cheap.
Yeah. So on a level of he's not being broadcast on CNN, he's not being broadcast on Fox News. There are no one protesting his existence. Like,
yeah,
there's a dichotomy there. There is a very weird dichotomy there. Elon Musk has had more gender confirming surgery than most trans people. How many times has he had his scalp replaced?
I want to know where he keeps getting new scalps.
Seriously, where's the hair come from?
How many Tesla employees are just running around bald now because Elon snatched their and weave at the
Oh, I mean, they're not bald. They're probably dead. Let's be real.
at the assembly line?
Snatch their wig. So yeah, that's on the table in terms of just, you know, not only the political persecution, you know, because that's a thing, but also just the social persecution of that. We're also now going through another round of book bannings and book burnings that have
Lots
a
of
weird
book
way
bans.
of, you know, they're targeted at, you know, I don't even know what the justification is anymore.
Oh, it's everything. It's everything. It's like.
Because
it's like
there's
this book says that being black is okay, so we're gonna ban that
yeah.
one. This book says that maybe we should do reparations for slavery, so we're gonna ban that. This book says that immigration is okay if you're not white. Ooh, we don't want that around. This book says it's okay to be gay or lesbian or trans or non-binary. This book says gay penguins.
Not even that, but this book implies that, and it's like fucking Mark Twain or something. Sorry, another beep.
Another beep. This book was written by Margaret Atwood, so we're gonna throw this one out. Like, it's just,
and even then, I saw like some of the lists
insanity.
are like egregiously misinterpreting what the theme of these books actually are.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases, it's like, no, this book isn't pushing an agenda. This book is just a book.
Yeah.
So that's fun to have. Like when it's just burning books because they don't align with like this weird Christian pop thing. Like,
and a lot of this, I mean,
and
it's
now
happening...
drag queens are being banned. Like,
yes, and we're gonna get to that in a second.
Sorry.
But all of this seems to be happening. I mean, it's happening all over the U.S. It's happening in England. Like, it's not restricted to one area of the globe.
Yeah.
But it seems to be radiating out of America's dick that is Florida. And
like,
you know,
the
Ron DeSantis is like, I'm going to become the Republican nominee by out-trumping Trump.
Yeah.
And I want to like take him by the head and say, Ron,
at least
Trump is a liar. But
at least
when
Trump...
he started running for president, he said that Caitlyn Jenner could use any bathroom she wanted in any of his buildings.
But you know,
that's how he started his campaign.
But you know, I want to credit Beyonce.
He completely went and lied through his teeth. But
in her current tour, all the bathrooms on a Beyonce tour, this tour, are gender neutral. Everyone.
Good for her.
Yeah,
I didn't know she was touring.
Yeah. Well, this is the Renaissance tour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But like, so it's just like you're trying to out Trump by being a bigger asshole, and all that's really accomplished is pissing off Disney.
Yeah.
You know what company you don't piss off? Disney. They have lawyers that will come for you, and they will find you in 18 pieces 6 months later.
Honestly, I would...
different Disney characters stamped on different parts of your body.
No, it'll be DreamWorks character to hide their tracks.
Just Shrek.
I would like to see a battle between Disney and Apple. I think, honestly, that
Disney and Apple. Why pitch the Disney and Apple against each other?
No, this is hypothetically, because like they are renowned for having like complete savagery in their legal practices.
Oh yeah.
So like,
Those
I think
lawyers.
Honestly, I think that would start a corporate war.
Well,
like an open guns
Apple
in America.
owns a lot of Disney.
Yeah,
because of Steve Jobs and Pixar and all that stuff. So that would be difficult. But Apple and Disney are notoriously woke.
Granted, the UK owned a lot of America.
That's true, until they didn't. But you know, Apple and Disney are woke companies. They're also two of the richest companies in the world. Which most of the richest companies in the world are woke.
It's hilarious, the go woke, go broke campaign, and yet that doesn't.
Yeah, all that equates to is people buying products to smash. But we're going to take another commercial break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to talk about something else that's growing out of Florida, like a growth on a gross thing. So yeah, we'll be right back. And we're back, but if you're a patron, we didn't really go anywhere. So the other thing that's kind of grew out of Florida, but has kind of, it's gone all over the US and England, is the groomer thing, which has turned into...
Do we know where the groomer language started?
I don't personally. I'm
with gay people, like in the 80s, or maybe even before that.
Sure that
of course, like the thing about groomer is that this was the exact language that was used to describe us in the late 1800s and the
1970s,
1950s, 1960s, 1970s.
Yeah, it was always the gays are coming for your kids. And then it was, well, we can't go after the gays because everyone has decided that the gays are okay because of gay marriage, etc. So we're going after the trans people. We're going after them. Oh, and we're going after the non-binaries because they're even weirder.
What I don't know is... Go ahead.
Go ahead. Then starts talking.
Yeah.
So it was kind of... Then they started seeing it work against trans people. And they were like, ooh.
I hadn't made that connection yet.
Yeah.
It wasn't until it started working against trans people, and they are specifically language, they are grooming teenagers to become trans.
Yeah.
So we need to increase the age in which you can legally transition. And then when that started...
And then they were like, oh, this is working. So then they started going after drag queens because that was, it's kind of like being trans to them. In real life, it's not. But to them, it's basically being trans. But then because so many gay men are, well, not so many drag queens are gay men, it became, oh, well, if it's drag queens, it's gay men too.
Yeah.
And then everybody started getting lopped in. And then, you know, lopping in the lesbians because, of course.
Which is exactly what we said would happen.
Yeah, we said that, and then gays were like, they're not coming
and we
for us.
as in not James
my...
and I, like we as in like
Lots
trans people, non-binary people, kind of looking at the
cis gay people with a brain.
The more privileged elements of the queer community, typically the white, gay, and lesbian people, saying like, this isn't going to stop with calling us groomers. They are going to loop you in with this regardless. And they were like, no, if we just distance ourselves from you, they will keep us. They will.
You're saying that the privileged ones said, we just need to distance ourselves.
If we just distance ourselves from you, if we demonstrate that we're not with you, then we'll be safe. And they're not.
So the privileged gays and lesbians did say, if we distance ourselves from trans people and non-binary people and drag queens, they're not going to come for us because they'll know that we're the good ones. The George Santoses of the world. He doesn't exist. But what ended up happening, of course, although he did do drag, what ended up happening, of course,
far prettier as a drag queen.
Doesn't exist. But of course, what ended up happening when trans people and, you know, queer people with any amount of brain matter said, no, we've seen this.
Brain matter historical reference like this has happened before.
The poem, first they came for the communists or the unionists or the...
I think it started with bankers and then communists and then business owners.
Well, no, it was first they came for, I think it was first they came for the Jews, and then they came for the union leaders, and then they came for the communists, and when it was only me left, there was no one left to fight for me. I can't remember it. I'm so sorry. I can't remember the exact quote, but it was that all over again, only within the queer community. You know, if they had their way, there would be no one left to fight the fight. Now that they are coming for, you know, the cis gays and lesbians.
And this is the thing, because...
But the thing is, our trans brothers and sisters and...
Others,
siblings are made of tougher stuff than most of us, and so they're still around to fight the fight because they're not giving up just because they've been put through hell by these assholes.
They got a taste of acceptance, and I'm glad they did, because they know that trans people.
Okay, yeah.
Not the acceptance that they need to be functional human beings on a larger scale.
Well, they're functional human beings, but it's like not the acceptance they need for.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm using very. Oh, my thinker isn't working. My thinker's malfunctioning. It's not. It's like the acceptance that they need to get the kind of the kind of self-actualization that we take, that a lot of the privileged elements of society take for granted.
Yeah, and. You know, so trans people kind of, it was with the trans tipping point issue on Variety, I think it was. I think it might have been Variety or the Hollywood Reporter. Or maybe it was Vanity Fair.
Doesn't matter.
And it doesn't matter. Laverne Cox was on the cover, and she was the first trans woman to be put on the cover of a major magazine.
But Caitlyn Jenner. I thought Caitlyn Jenner came.
No.
This is before
she
that?
does not get that credit.
Okay.
Do not take that away from Laverne Cox.
No. Yeah.
But
I thought that was kind of like a sad thing. Like, oh, it should have been.
And it was this moment of, trans people are actually, you know, getting accepted now, not just being written off as freaks. And then, you know, the arch conservatives among us saw that, and instead of looking at that magazine and saying, Laverne Cox seems like a really nice lady, they looked at it and they were like, this is a target.
Yeah.
We have a new target.
Because they unite themselves through hatred. They unite themselves through having something to hate. And in a large part, this, and for the longest time, you may wonder, and I certainly did, why these people are so invested on needing someone to hate. Why do we need to bully people into this very Rockwellian, American, Rockwellian even for British standards, whatever the British standards of Rockwellian is, or the European standards of Rockwell, that idea that there is a nice, polite society and a correct way of living and a correct way of being. And this is how people should exist. And badgering people into that box. Why are we so obsessed with doing this? And it's because, and who's driving this?
Yeah.
And it's because that sells.
Yeah.
If people are in these boxes, then people who sell them things know how to sell them these things.
Yes.
They know how to tell them what they need to buy. The whole concept of keeping up with the Joneses. Your next door neighbors, the Joneses, get a new dishwasher. You want a new dishwasher.
And that's the thing that's going on and has been going on with Pride for a while, is that, you know, certain segments of the queer community are kind of like, not excommunicated, but like, oh, we hope they don't show up.
Yeah.
Because they don't fit in
Or
with
specifically
the corporate
told not to
narrative.
show up.
Yeah, but they're never told to not show up by the banks.
No.
They're told to show up by the queers.
Oh, who do you think?
By the queers who, they don't, let's say suburban queers, and, they like that Pride is being financed by banks because that means they're being accepted now.
You think for a second that the banks don't have a specific liaison to
absolutely. I
contact
know
the
they
head
do.
to contact the organizers of Pride festivals?
I know they do.
They have that on speed dial.
When
That's on their favorite 5, okay?
When
Like
I worked in marketing, like
they have a family plan. It's like no money for calling. Like they have them locked down. And I worked for a Pride organization, and I saw the conflict that went on with the people who honestly wanted to make this an advocacy thing and who didn't want to have bank advertising everywhere. But it's like, what are those things sitting on the ticket counter? Those are little money boxes, little piggy bank things with the bank logo on them. Why are they there? It's like, and it's like they're
the
not.
bank pays for everything.
They're not bad people. They're very smart people. They know exactly what's going on. But they have
the Pride organizers or the banks?
The Pride organizers. They know exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
And being there, I saw some of them, they really hated it.
Mm-hmm.
They really hated that they had to sell their soul and in a poetic context in order to get a little bit what they want, in order to have the funding they need to put on the party, to get enough money to cover the costs, in order to get their talking segments that nobody attended.
Yeah.
To get their discussion about like issues within the queer community and get these out there and get talking about them and push boundaries.
Yeah, having like speakers come in who could talk about being queer and a person of color, being queer and disabled.
Yes.
They had they had to give the banks what they wanted in order to actually have these important things.
Because
the straights weren't showing up for that. The straights were showing up for, Katya to come.
But there is...
We love Katya, but...
We love Katya. There is so much pressure for these festivals to turn a buck.
Yeah.
So that the sponsors can get their, funding back.
They must be profitable.
It's not even that so the sponsors can get their money back, because the sponsors, that's advertising.
Oh yeah, it's marketing.
It's cheap.
Oh,
I don't know what the actual figures are, but I'm
sure that like in New York.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. For sure. That's like, why would they do it if it wasn't like cheap or like cost effective? Like that's just good marketing, baby. You're mad at capitalism. This isn't really specifically a Pride problem. Although like I wish they would talk more about like I guess like what they want it to be instead of what it is. Because like, yeah, we all know. Yes, we know. No one wants it to be sponsored by the banks, but like, do you know some wealthy gays that are gonna fund it? Like, I don't know. What do you want here?
City, it's more expensive to have a Pride in New York
but
City.
I bet you for anything, buying a float in a Pride parade is cheap.
Probably the most efficient marketing dollars you can spend.
I would not doubt you. Having your logo on a coffee cup is probably more expensive.
Because this is one thing I've got to say about the queer community. If you are a company,
and I don't know what the exact numbers are. I did not poke my nose in any ledgers, but from hearing people talk about how
I know how
they
much
function,
it was to do like certain smaller cities in Canada, and it was cheap.
Yeah.
But that is one thing that I will say about the queer community. When an organization gets the queers on their side, we are dedicated. The queers will go every year on a Disney cruise. Gays are dedicated customers, whether that is to a brand or a singer, TV shows. We don't stop until it goes away.
And the gays have still not bought Russian vodka again.
We are dedicated. We
were boycotting Russian vodka before it was cool.
We are dedicated consumers.
Yes.
And so they know, okay, if we're going to spend, $5,000 on this float in this Pride parade, and now all these 100,000 people who love the gays, they now see us as supporting gays. We now have 100,000 customers. and it only costs them $5,000 to do it. That is pennies compared to what it would be for like a television
So,
advertisement.
in order to cover the costs of Pride, to put on the festival that the sponsors expect that the people expect, to drag in drag queens from across the world, like
if you're even in a small town and your town is big enough to have a Pride festival, you're going to have at least one girl from Drag Race.
Really?
Because they will find the money to get that one girl from Drag Race. You might not have anything else. You might have a parade and one drag show, and that's all you get. But you're getting a Drag Race girl. And you know, power to them. Like, girls, get the money. But the Pride organizations look at it as, we need to bring in this person because then, you know, if we have a Drag Race queen, even if they got eliminated first, if we have her, Miss Vanjie.
Yeah, Vanjie.
If we have her, people will come in and people will spend money. And if they're spending money at our Pride event, more sponsors will come in next year. And it'll just keep the ball rolling. And that is capitalism.
Yeah.
And that is the kind of the problem, is that how do you disconnect Pride as a rights fight?
The need for it to be, how do you disconnect the need for it to be a party as per its corporate connections with the fact that...
Because corporations don't want to protest.
No.
They want a party.
Yeah, they want a party because parties can make money. When you have a party, you can set up vodka stands, you can set up drink tables, you can sell drink tickets, you can get people excited, you can sell tickets. You can't get people in to talk. People don't want to hear about sad stuff. I remember once there was a trans woman who stole the stage at Stonewall during a Pride Month, and she got booed off because she started talking about trans problems, because that was a Pride year that it was just not discussed. And lo and behold, the next year was the year that the bathroom debate started happening.
Yeah.
You know, there's a tweet that kind of spurred me to want to talk about this. It was James is going to put it up, but it says, for Pride Month this year, can straight people focus less on love is love and more on queer and trans people are in danger? Because it's true. But we can't talk about that because people don't spend money when they're sad or concerned. People spend money when they're happy.
Yeah. They're not going to spend money to finance a protest against anything. They're not going to spend money to finance a protest against anything at all. So it can't be a protest anymore. Pride can't be a protest because Pride has become corporatized.
And it's not that Pride itself needs to turn a profit. Pride itself needs to break even so that it can exist next year.
Yeah, it needs the sponsors. And so Pride as a party cannot coexist, cannot really exist as it should when the queer community in any given country where this Pride celebration is happening is under assault. And you know, if you live in San Francisco, you're probably like, what assault? We're fine. If you have a house or an apartment, you're not living on the street. But because
yeah, and God forbid we talk about queer homelessness.
But you know, if you live in a place that is very, very progressive, very open-minded toward queer issues, you might think that, you know, yay, Pride celebration. Your Pride celebration in Manhattan, in San Francisco, in Seattle, in Toronto, in Montreal, they need to be protests just as much as a Pride festival that happens in Dayton, Florida?
Because these urban centers represent some of the largest voting bodies on this continent.
Well, it's not even about voting. It's not about voting. Like, in my opinion, it's not about voting. It's about messaging.
Yes.
You need to show that, okay, it's not just the gay, because it's not even showing, you know, Ron DeSantis that people in New York hate him because he doesn't give a damn about people
but I mean,
in New
like,
York.
it shows the public.
No.
Okay.
It shows people, it shows the trans teenager in Florida who has just been told, if your parents even take you out of state so that you can go on hormones, you're going in the system and your parents are going in jail.
Yeah.
It shows that teenager that there are people all across this country who give a fuck about you.
Yeah.
They actually care about you. They are willing to give up their party so that they can show you that you matter.
Okay. Yeah, that
means
I
something.
like that. I hadn't thought about that. My angle is, like
I'm
I was
glad
saying,
you like that.
Yeah.
Right. party.
This is like straight up making me cry right now. What the fuck? Uh, oh my god. That's so real. I don't know. Like, yeah, these like corporate pride parades cannot be that. They can't be that. Like, obviously, they won't happen again. But like, I think separately, alongside, not necessarily at the same time, but like also, there should be protests for sure. And I think in some places there probably are.
So my angle is that the idea of a protest isn't to sort of spread that kind of advocacy. The idea of a protest is to let the general people know that, you know, this group of people is suffering. You know, you protest to show like, hey, this is an injustice against me. I need to let people know this. By making Pride a party, you're telling these kind of left-leaning, progressive, loving, not necessarily progressive, but sort of very centrists, the left-leaning who want to do good things, but maybe are a little bit fiscally conservative.
The Hillary Rodham Clintons.
Yeah, you're reinforcing the idea to them. These, like I said, the largest voter blocks in America are in urban centers. Yeah. Those are where most of the voters come from. Those are where most of the voting people come from, and they usually lean towards them.
But America's voting is so messed up that 100 million people in California. There's not 100 million people in California, but 100 million people in California could vote against the Republican, and they could still win.
Most of the population lives in urban centers, so that's where you're going to get the largest sort of message to. And these urban centers are more.
The thing is, though, like the kid, the queer kid in Idaho with the homophobic or transphobic parents, they can't afford to move to San Francisco.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that by presenting the idea of a protest to these people, to these straight people in these urban centers, is going to remind them that it's not all, roses and sunshine for the queer community.
Yeah, it's not all rainbows.
Yeah, which is going to not all rainbows is a good idea for like a nonfiction book, like a book of essays or something.
Oh, you're always about the nonfiction writing.
Will reinforce the idea that it's not all roses, not all rainbows, and sort of influence them to make decisions in the legislation they want to see their representatives push into their politics.
Yeah.
Which will be less targeted towards trans people, which will force some sort of nationalistic sort of standards. Like, that's my kind of thought process about like a bigger picture. And absolutely, you're right that kind of reinforcing these messages of solidarity is super important for individuals. But in terms of like actually changing minds and developing the kind of change we want to see in order to happen to get these protections, I think it's absolutely important to continue demonstrating elements of protest at a centrist population that is comfortable with the idea of, I want to support queer people. I don't see suffering queer people. I don't know how queer people are suffering. Therefore, I think everything's fine. And I have those people in my life who I've had to explain, like, no, there is a lot of bad stuff going on.
kind of. So what you're saying, I think we're very much in agreement on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just two different angles, but we're absolutely agreeing.
We need the New York news market to cover, the Pride Parade, because then the whole country sees it.
Yeah, there needs to be an urban interest in these things rather than a centrist dismissal that everything's fine because my Pride Festival is a party and those gays look pretty happy.
Yeah.
Like the average...
Those ripped gay boys are having a great time. Everything must be fine.
Those Georges and Marthas need to be aware that things aren't all okay. And they need to be aware of the severity to which things aren't all okay, even if things are okay in their neighborhood.
Yeah.
And that's
because the gays that live in their neighborhood are probably doing fine.
Yes, absolutely.
But, drive an hour away, and I bet you can find a whole lot of queer people who are not doing
Conversion therapy is still legal in a lot of states, as far as I'm aware.
Yes.
And specifically in the UK, they wanted to ban... They did not pass a ban on conversion therapy. A national UK ban on conversion therapy, because the lawmakers refused to make an exception
to include
for trans people.
Yeah,
that they refused to say no. You can't conversion therapy anyone. And opponents were like, no, it needs to say you can conversion therapy trans people.
Yeah.
But that refused to get added, so the ban just got thrown out.
And there's people who would consider themselves very progressive people who are very much in favor of gay marriage, of gay gays having kids, gay books in schools, all that kind of stuff. But then they hear about like, oh, this 16-year-old is trans, and they're like, ooh, and it makes them uncomfortable.
And I don't think it comes from a place of malice. I think it
no,
just comes
it's
from a place
ignorance.
Ignorance.
And so we need to educate them, but at the same time, it's like that's what this whole channel is about, because I hate the idea of trans people feeling like they need to educate the ignorant.
Yeah.
And like I am a white cisgender gay but passing for straight most times person.
Passing for straight until you talk about musical theater or Sex in the City.
And so, you know, when I make videos talking about trans rights and the rights of non-binary and genderqueer people, that's why I do it, because I'm like, you know, I'm not the best messenger, but
the thing about that is, yes, there are some things that people need to advocate for themselves. And I don't like advocating for anything that I haven't seen someone strongly advocate for in a context of many people sort of chiming in on this. And I always sort of lean towards inclusion, or even if it's, you know, something I'm not familiar on, it's like, let's include people, because there's no harm in including people. There's never any harm in including people. But even then, one of the most significant things a trans friend ever said to me is that it's really important that someone who isn't trans can see me. That I feel seen by someone who isn't trans. That it's not just a matter of like visibility in the trans community stays in the trans community. Like he turned my opinion on that. I think it's important that people from outside of certain communities acknowledge and respect that these communities exist and they have their own cultures and their own.
Absolutely. But I don't. What I'm sort of saying is, I don't think.
Oh yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Just to clarify, I don't think trans people should be required to educate cis people.
It's exhausting being like an educator.
Yeah,
like
trans people should be allowed to just exist. And you know,
and if you don't want to explain sort of trans queer theory, that's on you. If you want to, by all means, but you shouldn't be called to do that.
Yeah, you shouldn't be forced to.
Yeah,
but that's not what we're talking about. How Pride was a riot, and now it thinks it's a party.
There needs to be something to draw the people's attention to the matter at hand. And the matter at hand is that we are still in danger.
Yes. That everyone in the queer community, whether they are gay or lesbian or bisexual or trans or non-binary or pansexual or genderqueer, we are all in danger, because whether you know it or not, no matter how much privilege you have, no matter the high mountain that you think you live on with your, you know, your gated community, and you think the world can't come and get you, and you see people on the news saying, you know, these trans people have been murdered, or there's a new bill banning trans kids from existing, and you think, well, that's not me. You need to add on to that. Yet.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's a winning position. Because, like, for many marginalized people, it will get worse, I think. It's probably gonna, it could get worse. But, like, I think we also need the people for whom they're gonna be fine. Like, you know? I think an appeal to empathy might work with some people, you know? I don't know. I don't know, man. Why? Bro, this is so annoying. Why? Can you just work? Fucking OBS. Thank you. Holy fuck.
Imagine, just for a moment, your greatest insult. The moment where someone took your wound, already pouring red, and rubbed salt deep beneath the broken skin. Maybe it's a betrayal by a friend, terrorization by family. Maybe it was even a stranger. Their goal was to hurt you, and they succeeded. What now? If you're moral and pure, maybe you turn away at the thought of provoking them further. Maybe you learn to grow and heal and surround yourself with worthy companions. But maybe you're tired of that. Maybe your lack of power becomes so stifling that you now demand its attention. You take all of that blood and all of that salt, and you transform it into gory justice. Don't worry, it's a temptation frequently succumbed to. It's almost like a defensive measure. When the Black Widow gets cornered, pinched, or threatened, it bites its way out. Likewise, if we're unable to get justice through legal systems, if the very health of our community is threatened by those who skirt along the edges of accountability, we will achieve their downfall through personal, oftentimes excessive means. Revenge is self-survival. When I was 14, I was going through something monumental. It was an event that could easily be viewed as a catastrophe in the undeveloped mind of a minor. Not only was I losing a parent figure at the time to the mesmerizing void of deadbeat fatherhood, I was also losing my place in this world. With but little preamble, I was plucked out of the one place I ever knew and was dropped, like a baby on its head, into the cold, hard environment of Dixieland. Yeehaw, brother. Okay, I'm being a little bit dramatic. I moved out of the city I grew up in into a small town that no one has probably ever heard of before in their lives. It was a fate worse than death. At least I thought so at the time. My first day of school in this new town was met with fear on my part and confusion on the part of everyone I tried desperately to befriend. And I do mean desperately. Ever since I was little, I was afraid of being lonely. It felt like an indication that something was wrong with me if I didn't have friends. But at this new school, not only was I an outsider, I was a pariah in a town where everyone knew each other. And I listened to rock music, so I thought I was quirky and misunderstood.
What the hell? Oh my God, no.
Within the first 3 days of that new school year, I managed to find a group of girls that seemed welcoming to me. They told me to sit with them at lunch, and I readily obliged. They even let me tag along whenever they walked around campus. And I felt lucky at the time because it seemed like all of the fears of starting over in a new place turned out to be silly doomsday prep. There was no grand scheme to harm me. There was no convoluted plot to send me back to the city. I found my place, and while it was different from where I expected it to be, I found it nonetheless. I was safe. I was accepted. I was in the beginning stages of bullying that, at one point, was so intense that I thought often about taking my own life. Revenge rarely crossed my mind during those 4 years.
Check, wait. Fuck. I thought that was gonna be like a heartwarming story for a second. I was like, wait, is this gonna be good? Fuck.
At least not outward revenge. Maybe it was because it occurred before the omnipresence of social media. Maybe I just wanted it to stop. It's not something I really thought about until I started drafting this video. And I think when you're going through something so traumatic, your one wish is to make it out on the other side alive. And I did that. Asking for anything else at that point felt like too much. Now, given the subject matter, I wonder if my revenge would have been virtuous. If I had decided upon it when I was younger, if I tripped them in the hallway or turned their friends against them. I wonder if there's such thing as justified vengeance. The opposite is already well documented. That is, the fall of virtue from vengeance. When that distinctly human characteristic turns man into demon and supposed enemy into martyred victim, we finally see the limits of our wrath. As Emily Bronte wrote in 1847, treachery and violence are spears pointed at both ends. They wound those who resort to them worse than their enemies. Ugh. I need a good wounding. That sounds really, really...
Ew. Sick. Oh my god, this shot is so sick. Oh my god. They're so fucking iconic. Perfect. No notes.
Wuthering Heights is an 1847 novel and only novel written by Emily Bronte, one-third of the Bronte sisters. And I know what you're thinking. Girl, shut up with all the English literature references. It's boring. It's inaccessible. One sentence lasts 42 pages, and by the end of it, you need a cigarette. And to that I say, I am thousands of dollars in student loan debt, girl. I need to use this pointless degree for something. But also, Wuthering Heights is not as bland as you would expect. This novel is like if your juiciest, most controversial K-drama, telenovela, and Tyler Perry film had a one-night stand together, followed shortly by a baby out of wedlock who then grows up snorting every exhilarating powder known to mankind.
Tight, yeah!
It's just that good. There's pining, there's toxicity, there's fights, and I'm not talking about those boring duels that you find in every other literature. I'm talking downtown Atlanta. You're in the trenches. You are fighting for your fucking life. There's a scene where a husband confronts his wife for bringing her side piece to their home, and the side piece and the wife tag team jump this man with no remorse. Catherine calls Edgar, her husband, a weak little bitch. And that may not be like a direct quote, but it's certainly the gist. Fair means, she said in answer to her husband's look of angry surprise. If you have not the courage to attack him, make an apology, or allow yourself to be beaten. It will correct you of feigning more valor than you possess. Heathcliff jumps in with the elbow and threatens to beat the brakes off Edgar so badly that he'll have to divorce Catherine, give up his sister for marriage, and fall off the face of the planet Earth just to escape embarrassment. And then, Heathcliff actually beats the eyelashes off of Catherine's brother so badly that it nearly kills him. Who trained this man? Jaden Smith?
They're beating the braids off that baby. Someone help.
He doesn't need to be in a gothic romance novel. He needs to be in the ring. Somehow nestled even within all of this chaos is something still more human. Bloody, sweet, murderous revenge. Heathcliff is far removed from being your typical underdog, and he tells you this directly. We should not be rooting for this man. His introduction into the Earnshaw family starts off sympathetically. He has no parents, no family, no money, no bitches, and is essentially plucked off the streets by some random man who had just walked like 60 miles just to go to the store. Talk about unwalkable cities. But Heathcliff's transition from child to adult isn't as sympathetic. He's abusive and conniving and entirely self-absorbed. Even when he thinks his actions are in the right place, even when he thinks that he's avenging his lost love, Catherine, he's really just trying to stroke his own ego. Wuthering Heights isn't the only violent specter haunting our media. From the Bible to ancient societies to 2000s rom-coms, revenge is ubiquitous. It's as evergreen as the mistreatment that breeds it. But our current era is where this thirst changes pace. With the introduction and slightly suffocating presence of technology, the rise of online harassment, and the incessant buzz of the internet, revenge plays out in much faster, more absolute terms. for like a week. And then everyone kind of just picks another target. Gone are the days where the aggrieved and the ostracized concoct labyrinthian plans to steal wife, child, and property from underneath their enemies. Gone are the days where 24-year-old teenagers conduct faith-shattering schemes to avenge being cheated on. Gone are the days before TikTok. Over the past 5 months, TikTok has been undertaken by a phenomenon one internet user dubs the Selena Gomez effect, aka the swift and humbling experience afforded to those who are dedicated to the greatest sin of all time, being mean. Now let me give you the rundown on the details. Within these revenge campaigns, there is always a mean girl and a bully victim. Why is it so gendered? Leave
me alone!
When TikTok first gets whiff of the mean girl to target, the campaign against her starts a little tame. You have your obligatory hate comments, degrading TikTok trends, and even quirky little tip contests between the mean girl and the bully victim. However, once these campaigns find footing in the tornado of social media, it's not unlikely for the target to have their name and addresses doxxed, businesses shut down, and inboxes flooded with death threats. So it's basically cancel culture when it's co-opted and distorted by people who actually don't know what cancel culture is about. The Selena Gomez effect stems precisely from its namesake, Selena Gomez, or more truthfully, from what the internet did in guise of her name. In February of 2023, TikTok exploded with accusations of bullying aimed at none other than Hailey Baldwin Bieber, the nepotism baby to end all nepotism babies. She posted this TikTok where she's surrounded by her other famous friends and they're lip syncing to an audio that goes,
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
Mind you, this TikTok came at a very contentious time on the internet because Selena Gomez was simultaneously being dragged and bullied by other people for her appearance. By posting this TikTok, people felt like Hailey Bieber was mocking Selena's public shaming. But wait a minute, what in the 2012 Disney Channel villain is going on here? None of this will make sense to you if you weren't conscious enough to operate a computer 12 years ago. Or I guess if you're a millennial with a real job and real kids and a real family so you don't have time to keep up, or if you're just normal. Either way, I have to take you back all the way to 2011, the year when Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber made tween couple history at the Vanity Fair Oscars party. I wasn't very conscious of these two at the time. I was too busy being consumed by the parasite that was One Direction fever. But everyone was obsessed with Jelena. From cute candids to the intense breakup rumors to the all-out brawl between them.
And I made him cry.
Well, then that makes two of us.
This couple reigned supreme in fandom shipping wars. There were constant rumors of marriage, leaked videos of arguments and serenades, and girl, you really just had to be there. Even Drake was in his feelings about this couple. Amongst all of this chaos, Hailey Baldwin, of the Baldwins, might I say, was showing non-stop support of Justin and Selena. And just from my basic understanding of the situation, she seemed to be a really big fan of Justin at the time, allegedly, supposedly. She would tweet about how dreamy Jelena's relationship was, she would pose for pictures with Jelena magazine covers, she would even casually meet Justin during performances or red carpet interviews. Not only was she living the dream life of most stans at the time, she also seemed to dedicate her life to being 100% Team Jelena, allegedly. I am way too old to be doing this. Long story short, Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber have a very long, drawn-out, dramatic, and messy relationship that ends numerous times between 2012 and 2018. During these brief endings, Hailey Bieber and Justin Bieber sparked frequent dating rumors. It's even alleged, and has since been disputed by Hailey on a podcast called Call Her Daddy, that Justin and Hailey were together while he was also still seeing Selena Gomez. Allegedly and disputed, again, might I add. Mere months after Selena and Justin are rumored to have split for the final time, Justin gets engaged and eventually married to Hailey Baldwin Bieber. Rumors insinuate that the time between this relationship with Selena and his engagement to Hailey was only 2 months.
We think it is worse, the 2 months lyric that you have in there. That part of it for us would be worse than going through a breakup.
Yeah.
Is having to see someone with someone else so fast.
Yeah. You know, I'm really grateful too because I've actually experienced that a million times before. And that's the unfortunate part about what I do. It's all very real to me, and I'm sure it's just entertainment for other people, but I think I had become numb to it.
The complicated nature of Jelena's past has created a very toxic environment in the media, which constantly seeks to connect every instance of existence between all three parties to each other. In 2015 and 2016, respectively, Selena stated, "Of course I got my heart broken. Of course I was pissed about it. There, everyone has it. I was so disappointed because I never wanted my career to be a tabloid story. Honestly, what I would love to be printed is that I am so beyond done with talking about that and him." And so we return to February of 2023, that dreaded month of revenge, as Hailey Bieber prepares to endure months of internet lashings. Though quickly deleted after its original posting in January, Hailey's TikTok began making rounds on the platform once again. The chatter became so intense so quickly that both Selena and Hailey see it, with Selena commenting, "It's okay, I don't let these things get me down. Be nice to everyone." And Hailey commenting, "We were just having a girls' night and did a random TikTok sound for fun. It's not directed at anyone." Amidst all of this, Hailey Bieber and Kylie Jenner's eyebrows joined the fray. White people drama, I swear. Selena Gomez posted a TikTok where she says that she accidentally over-laminated her eyebrows. A few hours later, Kylie Jenner posted an image of herself on her Instagram stories with the text, "This was an accident," over her eyebrows. Immediately following this, she posted an image of her and Hailey Bieber on FaceTime together with the camera zoomed in on their eyebrows. Thus, Eyebrowgate was born. Think pieces and conspiracy theories about Hailey Bieber's obsession with Selena Gomez began immediately.
That's so rude. Dude, that's so rude. What the fuck? Why? It's real fucking mean girl shit. I hate that. I hate that.
Blowing up on TikTok. People accused her and the Jenner sisters of being mean girls. People accused Hailey of copying Selena down to tattoo placements and content ideas. There are even numerous videos accusing Hailey of being a stalker, with such comments as these. "This is actually really scary. I'm thinking there's something really wrong with Hailey. Legit. If she goes Yolanda and murders Selena, we—
Jesus! Chill! Jesus! She's probably just kind of mean. I don't know about all that, man.
We all know what went down." For context on those last comments, Yolanda Saldivar was convicted of killing the singer Selena in 1995 over alleged money disputes and an alleged obsession with Selena. And I just want to say, legally and morally, that none of the accusations against Hailey Bieber are proven to be true. It's mainly just internet gossip at this point. And unless we are shown the need to think otherwise, these should not be taken faithfully. I think comparing her to a convicted murderer is a little much, considering how much of the evidence against her is just internet gossip at this point that's coming from T-channels who want views. And don't get me wrong, this shit is interesting at times. And I think at one point I watched an entire 10-minute TikTok about the situation, and I was gagged. It tickled that part of my brain that kind of forgets that these are all real people with real feelings and real lives, and not just characters in my phone. I think it's very natural, or at least natural on our current internet culture, to give into that section of your brain a little bit more than you would otherwise. But it's just as important to learn how and when to reel it in for the sake of others. I want to make it very clear that everything I say henceforth is not coming from a place of judgment on the part of TikTok users or even full-fledged defense of the mean girls. I think it's a lot more complex than that because humans are a lot more complex than that. And I want to approach it with humility, curiosity, and introspection. I wear the scarlet letter too, and I am just as much on trial right now.
No, it's spread. Oh god. It's spread. The brain rot has spread. I was thinking of putting the sand back. I don't know. I couldn't find a good spot that I liked. I don't know. Figure it out. This is hilarious, though.
As you are. So, Hailey has been getting filleted since February. And really, pop culture has been rotating her on and off the grill since her relationship with Justin Bieber began. The reasoning, besides the accusations of alleged stalking, is the fact that Hailey Bieber and her friends, Kylie and Kendall Jenner, give off mean girl energy, according to some internet users. This is becoming a very popular buzzword on TikTok, where people gather in comment sections desiring to see mean girls finally get their comeuppance. And I believe that Hailey and her friends are just the beginning. They remind a lot of people of the bullies they had in their youth. And I think netizens are determined not to let it slide this time.
But I'm gonna fuck no, I'm not gonna let it slide.
Even though our methods of revenge have altered in the age of technology, one thing holds past and present together seamlessly: the concept of an eye for an eye. In Wuthering Heights, Isabella explains one condition in which she'll forgive her abusive husband, Heathcliff. She states, "What misery laid on Heathcliff can content me unless I have a hand in it. It is, if I may take an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, for every wrench of agony, a return of wrench. Reduce him to my level." Therefore, revenge is sustained by the equality of suffering. But not only that, revenge is one of the most personal equalizers on planet Earth. It can't be done by someone who is related to the person harmed. The final blow has to be dealt by the victim themselves. And this is true of revenge in every medium, in every era of humanity. When someone does something wrong, the only way justice is felt is if that wrongdoing is returned to them tenfold. Instead of it being on the behalf of the person wronged, netizens tend to act on their own accord. And we'll get into why I think that is, but anti-bully campaigns become less about the original victim and more about the people carrying out a death sentence against their target. People are determined to treat Hailey Bieber and other perceived mean girls exactly how they are accused of treating others. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a TikTok for a TikTok, times a million. Anne Hathaway was recently introduced back into the fray of public shaming. You know, years and years after we finally realized we mistreated her and just about every other highly visible woman in Hollywood. Yeah, people have dubbed her a mean girl needing to take accountability after a clip of her refusing to answer a, in my opinion, intrusive interview question surfaced online.
And what has she shared? Why would I tell you? Because I'm a fan and I need to know.
One user commented, "I would cry if she laughed in my face like that. Poor girl." Someone else stated, "This kind of gives mean girl vibes." Another user stated, "This clip low."
What? Wait, what? I feel like I missed something in the Subway Surfers. Did I miss something? That's crazy.
Low-key changed my perception of her. I always thought she was very sweet and kind, but she's giving like mean vibes, to be honest. Now, Anne's current lashing on TikTok is both—
Oh my god. I just remembered I got a comment on TikTok that was like, "This seems kinda mean." Is that this? Oh my god, am I a mean girl?
interesting and funny to me. Funny because I don't particularly find this mean, and interesting because the internet seems to have amnesia when it comes to nice girls. Y'all don't like them either. I've seen countless TikToks about Selena Gomez being too nice in the wake of Hailey Bieber's alleged bullying, and even Anne Hathaway has been criticized in the past for being so nice it came off as annoying. It really feels like a game of damned if you do, damned if you don't, misogyny edition, and I am quite frankly very tired of playing. Surprisingly, Anne's backlash this time around wasn't as violent as others have been, and I say surprisingly because I know what TikTok is capable of once they set you in their sights. Another viral moment of mean girls getting their comeuppance occurred in April, when a TikTok user by the name of Jackie La Bonita posted a video of herself at an Astros game. The clip features Jackie close to the frame as she's attempting to take photos of herself.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, since she's sitting amongst the crowd and she's taking pictures, the people behind her are also in view of the frame. And you can see that throughout the duration of the video, they are heckling and making fun of her. At one point, they record her back, screaming about how lame she is, assumingly for taking pictures, though they deny that later. At another point, one of them even puts up the middle finger to the camera. Girl, believe you me, I was shocked when I found out these girls weren't sophomores in high school. Because the internet did as the internet does, and promptly identified both of the girls behind Jackie. It started off as your typical insult-based public shaming, where both girls were reprimanded for their behavior, as well as their looks. After that, when the algorithm got too strong and the crowd got too bloodthirsty, the situation escalated. It's reported that the girls' addresses were leaked on the internet, and a business that was alleged to have some sort of link to them permanently closed their Google page after receiving an influx of hateful reviews. It's not confirmed exactly who the businesses belong to or if they're even related to the girls, but most people speculate that it was a family business of one of the girls, or at least they worked there. Like most of the stories we're covering today, this information is entirely alleged, and we have no concrete evidence.
That's shitty. I hate how everything just immediately turns to doxing. Why can you just log off? Just log off. Learn how to knit, maybe. Learn how to skateboard. Something else.
Legally, allegedly, please don't sue me. The two girls eventually came online to defend themselves and gave a very tepid apology. It was kind of bad.
Because keep in mind, if she was sitting in front of us, we're not able to see your face. We were very uncomfortable at your husband, whoever he was that was recording us for an extensive amount of time, knowing that we had just came back from the big screen where we were motivating the winner, which was another woman. You know, like, we empower women, and we would hate for anyone else to go through what we're going through, because it was a photobomb moment. Anyone has it. It's in the news, the media has it, and if you took it some type of personal way, like...
They stated that their behavior in the back of Jackie's video stemmed from this sort of discomfort with being recorded, which I find the latter half of that statement very possible, very valid. I hate the idea of recording people without their consent, especially in public. And while I do understand that it can be tricky to avoid when you're taking pictures or videos out in the wild of the world, it still has the potential to make someone uncomfortable. Even so, I don't think this explanation excuses the immaturity those girls showed that day. There are a lot of ways to approach situations like this, communication being the best of them all, and I think doing what they did was just not cool. Because these girls were exhibiting what the internet is now dubbing mean girl energy, a lot of people didn't have sympathy for their doxing or potential career derailments. I remember when everything was first blowing up and their addresses got leaked, someone commented that the internet was taking it too far, which I do agree with. You know, these are two women who live in a world where it is very dangerous for their places of residence and even their work and other personal information to be made so widely known. This precise reason is why people advocate against home tours or showing the view outside of your windows online, or even showing pictures of your house keys. Because there are very scary people out there who may make use of that information. I remember scrolling in that thread of someone saying that it's unsafe to dox these two women, and someone else replied, "I don't care what happens to them. They shouldn't have been mean." Some netizens call the downfall of these girls satisfying, while others congratulated the internet for how it handled the situation. Overall, people took this dragging as a sign that bullying will be reduced because bullies will be afraid of potential backlash. One user stated, "As a mother of 2 school-age girls, I'm glad mean girls are being forced to take accountability. It's an example for the next mean girl out there. Maybe they will think twice if it means their livelihood." I think some of the points presented in this situation
Oh, Jesus Christ. That seems like a bit much. People are so bloodthirsty, dude.
are very reasonable. Bullying is a dangerous action that can both psychologically and physically harm the victim. Taking it lightly is simply not an option, especially when prolonged exposure to it can end with physical assault or even death. It's always important to speak up when you see something wrong and support people who may be going through this, because I can assure you they really need it. But I also think that there are some instances in this conversation that aren't as precise, if only because the internet is not a precise place. You remember how I mentioned how in Wuthering Heights, Heathcliff approaches his vengeance with an air of justification, even though his actions and behavior are damaging to other people, even innocent people, and are entirely egotistical. Yeah, well, RIP to the big homie, because everyone found him absolutely insufferable and he died miserable. But I can do you one better than that question. Maybe even 3. Question 1. Does shame and public punishment produce authentic accountability? Question 2. Does our online treatment of people who commit non-bigoted, non-violent social transgressions reflect the internet's fetish for violent punishment? And question 3. Does our thirst for punishment outweigh our capacity for support? The girlies are not going to want to hear this one. Back in yay old forever ago, specifically in colonial America, public shaming was quite popular. If you stole a loaf of bread and some dirt, because that's all that existed back then, there was a high chance that you'd be forced to publicly confess to your crime, either verbally or situationally. Some individuals were even made to stand out in busy streets with signs that stated their crime, or they were brandished with a hot iron on a visible part of their body to sort of reflect their transgression. It's just me, or is that kinda... Such public humiliation and bodily harm was popular because it reinforced social hierarchies. Reputation was and still is a valuable social currency. We conform to both legal and citizen-made boundaries in order to maintain our positions in society. When we transgress and are found out in our transgression, well, first we go to jail if it's illegal. Some of us do, at least. But if it's more of a social taboo formulated by the public and not a law, we'd be sooner dead if everyone found out. Humans are social, community-based creatures. Our very survival hinges on our ability to live amongst other people. To be stripped of that connection is painful, it's swift, it's thought to be reformative. Once America transitioned out of their white makeup brand era, that is to say, when they started pretending like they cared about the equality of everyone, public punishment fell out of favor. There wasn't supposed to be social hierarchy in this new America. And don't bring up slavery or indigenous genocide or anti-Semitism or Jim Crow laws or anti-Asian racism or violent misogyny or misogynoir or religious discrimination or the wage gap or poverty or war or colonization or the villainization of immigrants. The founding father cucks don't like when you talk about that, and it's best that we appease them, or else username bunch of numbers will get mad at me. The best implementation for restorative justice during this era was not to disrupt social reputation, but to take away the prevailing notion evident in all men. All men. And that was freedom. So what did we start doing? We started putting people in jail, baby. You get incarcerated, you get incarcerated, you get incarcerated. And the ironic thing is, this punishment still depends on the disruption, not only of a person's freedom, but also their social reputation and ability to coexist amongst communities. Despite falling out of favor in the 1800s, public shaming hasn't been entirely stamped out. Paul Zeal refers to it as scarlet letter shaming, based on the 1850 novel, The Scarlet Letter. That's just a story about a woman having a baby out of wedlock in a time where people had nothing better to do than eat boiled beef and not know math, so they publicly shamed her for it. There, I saved you the trip to SparkNotes. Especially online, public shaming and netizen vigilantism are running rampant. It's believed that humiliation, doxing, and dogpiling has the potential to positively reform targets because it deters them and potential others from repeatedly indulging in their transgressions. This brings us to the reality of question 1. Does shame and public punishment produce authentic accountability? Emphasis on authentic. Will the mean girls featured in that creator's TikTok take accountability for their actions and refrain from being mean to others after their public dragging? Will Hailey Bieber think twice about allegedly bullying women in relation to her husband? I think the potential of that sort of reform, in the face of online vigilantism, is very, very low. And here's why. I want you to look at every single person who began as public enemies in their online dragging. Are they still enemies by the end of it? At least in their minds? Or have they managed to successfully skirt around the boundaries of growth by visualizing themselves, perhaps rightfully so to a degree, as victims themselves? While there are people who can experience threats of violence, doxing, or general dogpiling and still find it more pertinent to hold themselves accountable rather than focusing all of their energy on their maltreatment, I also think this is a very small percentage of people. Most people's first instinct when getting attacked in this manner is to get defensive, even if they have done something wrong. They're able to believe that while their transgressions were wrong, the punishment they received at the hands of millions of people on the internet far outweighed their own faults. Therefore, they feel justified in removing the blame from themselves and placing the blame on people they view as opposition. The ops, if you will, if you want to get academic about it. I think shame has the ability to make us self-reflect, certainly, but more often than not, it makes us highly defensive. It makes it nearly impossible to look beyond the faults that we committed, either because we cave in on ourselves in self-repulsion and we self-pity, or because we shift blame onto others to spare ourselves the humility. I think if conducted well, if performed in a calculated manner, you can argue that shame is effective in reform, but I don't think the internet has what it takes to do it properly. Firstly, shame on such a large scale does nothing for anyone involved. Historic acts of public humiliation were reserved for small and moderate communities who, quite frankly, never experienced electricity, let alone TikTok. Meanwhile, the
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think shame is actually that useful. I like joke around and say like, "Oh, bring shame back, shame conservatives, shame the hogs," but like they have no shame. You know? It's better if we just like try to educate them, I think. Um but I don't think the internet's going to do that really, if we're being real.
internet is home to millions upon millions of people who, at any given moment, can dedicate their entire day to your public lashing. Y'all think a sour gummy worm would kill a Victorian child? Try introducing it to the internet on the day Cakegate started.
This is the baddest
Cake.
in the motherfucking store. How you doing?
Now, mind you, this isn't a critique of cancel culture. Every time I try to voice my thoughts on the subject, I think of every Republican tirade about the woke liberal left and what they want to do to the traditional living room. Talking about cancel culture, girl, cancel my student loans. How about that? Cancel culture is not the problem. Much like wokeness, it thrived in Black communities as a way to describe community-based action against oppression. To cancel something meant more to divest from it rather than to abuse it, because taking away from systems that harm is more effective than giving to them, even if that gift is death threats. Just like every other thing pertinent to the Black community, cancel culture was plucked out of its original surroundings and fostered to create something much more apathetic. It became synonymous with mobs and online harassment rather than community care and divestment. Cancel culture is not in itself toxic. It's the people who co-opt it for their own selfish reasons that are toxic. I'm not calling for a lack of accountability or an end to call-in culture, but simply a desire to see true accountability be achieved through more effective means. Community-based criticism and discussion must come first, and it must be a balanced blend of rejection, redirection, and constructive criticism. And it must also take into account the severity of the crime. None of the main girls featured in today's video have committed acts of violence or racism that we know of, sans Hailey Bieber allegedly, according to past tweets. Allegedly. We don't know if they're proven bigots, murderers, stalkers, or even irredeemably bad people down to their core. Therefore, the main purpose of this video is not to discuss acts of revenge against violence or bigotry, but rather vengeance against lesser crimes like being mean or rude. And when I say lesser, I clearly don't mean entirely without harm. Being mean or rude to someone, especially repeatedly, has great consequences and should be taken seriously. Carl, if you're watching this, I am so sorry, but I will butcher your name if I say it. I'll put it on the screen, but there's this person named Carl who explores the act of internet vigilantism in their 2010 thesis. In it, they state, when a crime is intentionally committed, moral outrage may be evoked and the punishment motive may take the form of just desserts, which elicits a desire for punishment proportional to the severity of the crime committed. The issue is, most dogpiling that occurs on the internet is not done in response to proportionate crimes. I found that while there is usually backlash against things like racism or anti-Semitism, it's usually short-lived. It holds nothing to the 5-month-long dragging of Hailey Bieber or other mean girls still getting their lashings on TikTok. For an app with the attention span of a fish, people sure know how to suddenly pay attention. This brings us to question 2. Does our online treatment of people who commit non-bigoted, non-violent social transgressions reflect the internet's fetish for violent punishment? You know how there's this running joke that Batman will beat you within an inch of your life if you steal an apple from the grocery store or commit a rolling stop at a stop sign? Despite everyone generally liking Batman, especially when he looks as pathetic and desirable as Robert Pattinson's portrayal, we also come to a justified conclusion that he's kind of a cop. He gives carceral energy. His arsenal of retribution is not diverse. It often focuses on direct and dehumanizing punishment, no matter the crime.
Hey man, I think you got him.
You want what he's having? I think the internet is the same way. It's controversial to state on the internet that doxing, death threats, and plural months-long humiliation is not a proportionate punishment for being mean. People believe that by stating so, you wish to participate in this lawless country devoid of accountability. But I, on the other hand, think it's the complete opposite. Our desire to dox, threaten, and repeatedly lash individuals who did not otherwise commit acts of violence or bigotry stems not from our need of restorative justice, but instead from our selfish need to indulge in the very transgression that we are criticizing, and that is being an asshole. When a negative situation happened between me and a creator about a year or so ago, I firstly communicated with that creator about the situation and how I felt about it. But about a week later, I came onto my channel and I made a video using this situation as a sort of example in a larger conversation. The example wasn't meant to be taken so to heart. It was really just an anecdote in a conversation that I felt was pertinent at the time. But when I posted that video, I tried to protect that creator's identity because, quite frankly, it wasn't anyone else's business. I talked to that creator personally and was using the situation as an example in a much larger conversation. Even so, people still took it upon themselves to figure out who that creator was, getting it wrong multiple times, mind you, and proceeded to leave nasty comments on their page. They did it under the guise of protecting me, despite me constantly stating, both in the video and in the comments, that I don't fuck with that behavior whatsoever. When I made yet another statement telling people to stop, practically begging at that point, someone replied to me and said that I can't tell them what to do. Girl, don't piss me off. The goal of online harassment is not always to restore justice. It's not always this moral revenge. A lot of the time, it's done simply because people want a reason to be mean, and they finally have this excuse that feels justified. It allows them to play out their own mean girl fantasies without the same repercussions of doing it in person. They wouldn't even find it normal. If you were casually walking down the street and happen upon a crowd of millions cornering one single target, you would think that's fucking draconian. But on the internet, it seems almost natural to partake in this behavior. In terms of the second story we covered of the girls being mean to an influencer at a baseball game, I saw one commenter state that bullying is reprehensible because it can lead to self-inflicted death. Sorry, I'm censoring, you know how the internet is. Which is very true. But when someone else pointed out that the girls facing the wrath of millions of people on the internet could also be negatively harmed, even to the point of harming themselves, that first commenter came back and said, I don't care if those pieces of shits kill themselves. They shouldn't have been mean in the first place.
Jesus.
You did it. You ironically missed the point of your own morals. You said something edgy and weird. Now, try saying something sobering and beautiful. During the chaos that ensued from the bullying TikTok at the Astros game, a lot of people were calling for the identities of unrelated people in the background of the video to be revealed as well. They wanted to get their side of the story or see what they knew about the mean girls. At one point, someone who kind of looked like one of the mean girls was misidentified as them and was flooded with hate.
Click the search bar. My video was the first one to pop up, and everybody was quick to think it was me and my cousin and my sister, the ones that were bullying her. We started getting hate comments, talking about my crunchy hair and how like I needed to go to the gym and how my upper body was bigger than my lower body. Dude, my hands were like sweating because I was like, what the heck is going on? I don't even go out. Like I was like, what the heck is going on?
I think online vigilantism sometimes disguises itself as an attempt to hold people accountable, but really just serves selfish reasons. The internet's imprecision makes it both easier and harder to criticize. And what I mean by that is, it's easy to be critical in the sense of being disparaging on the internet because you're able to be relatively anonymous on the internet, but it's also harder to constructively criticize because those that posit rational, educational takes who are seeking to call in people are often drowned out by the people who just want some bloody entertainment. Dogpiling is so popular because it speaks to many people's need to feel powerful in an otherwise powerless state. Especially in the case of the TikTok dogpiles that censor the takedown of bullies and mean girls, the goal isn't to change these girls' behavior or even to support the person who was harmed by these girls' behavior. It's to conduct our own revenge fantasies against the bullies in our own lives, past or present. Maybe we feel powerless in handling those who mistreat us in person, so we act out our desires online. We make another person's pain, the person who was bullied in the first place, our own personal demonstration. And I know this to be true because even after victims of bullying have come forward to denounce the hate trains against their bullies, people won't stop. Jackie La Bonita came back to TikTok nervous as hell, begging people to stop harassing the girls in that video, stating that she did not intend nor expect such a level of vigilantism to occur. Selena Gomez has constantly told the internet and the media for years by this point to stop pitting her against other women and to stop harassing people in her name. No one does what they say because no one is working in their honor. The goal here is self-indulgence, not social reform. It makes me wonder how different and how much more effective these situations could become if people prioritized care over conflict. And I'm not as naive to think that everything on planet Earth can be solved if we just fight fire with butterflies. By any means necessary, am I right? But I am hardened enough by the neglect my own pain in life has received to understand the power of being heard, listened to, and generally cared for. I found that people who commit themselves to hating my enemies often tend to lose the plot or lose steam when it comes to genuinely supporting me. All of their energy is spent on revenge and wrath and hatred, and they have none left over for asking me how I feel or treating me with patience or pride. Our final question for today asks, does our thirst for punishment outweigh our capacity for support? And I think after a certain point, it very much does. I want to imagine what would happen if, instead of committing themselves to doxing and harassing Jackie La Bonita's bullies, the community focused on sending her kind messages and support. I wonder if she would have been allowed more space and opportunity to talk about the negative effects of bullying that happened to other people and also herself too. But instead, she was forced to come on here and defend her bullies and take heed of their concerns over her own. Instead of coming back to the internet with support and kindness, the majority of people's affection was overshadowed by the drama that ensued. You could argue that it's possible to do both at once, to support someone while harassing their enemies, but like I said before, one option exhausts the self so much that you don't have much room for the other. And besides, if they have to choose between the two, a lot of the people on the internet have shown that they'd rather indulge in vengeance and wrath and internet vigilantism than to support those that they are avenging. The whole thing kind of just reminds me of that Megan Thee Stallion quote that's like, are they supporting you or really just attacking me? The answer is usually the latter. People would rather die tomorrow if it means they can be haters today than to live a full life by caring for other people. You may be asking yourself, what would you do then if mass harassment is off the table? I think about what I would want people to have done if I was in high school again getting bullied. So many people knew what was happening to me, and so many of them failed to properly support me. And the thing that really made a difference was finding my best friend of 10 years now, who gave me a reason to come to school every morning, despite the torment that I knew I was bound to face. This past decade, every time I would vent to her about a problem, and vice versa, her first response has always been to check on my well-being and ask me how I would best be comforted. And then, if I wanted to vent or if it was appropriate, she would commence verbal revenge against whatever problem I was having. She never once has made me question whether her support could be tired out by violent revenge, because she never resorts to violent revenge first. She saves her energy for loving me and lets the rest happen if it needs to. This sort of love gives space for healing and allows people to share their experiences more freely. I wish Jackie La Bonita and Selena Gomez and everyone else who has been bullied, whether they are highly visible or not, had more space to discuss these tough topics without having to clip their tongues the way the internet makes you. People should be able to share their experiences with the expectations of support rather than the fear of causing drama and prolonged harassment against the people they're talking about. Just because I share it doesn't mean it's not still mine. And if you want to indulge in your inner gossip, or if you want to react for months on end about this crazy story you heard on the internet, do what the rest of us normal people do and talk someone's ear off about it in real life. Annoy your close friends and family. Create enemies by how much you can't stop talking about that thing that has no impact on your life whatsoever. I think we could learn a lot from my best friend. And I think we could learn even greater the importance of community and how the internet, while having the ability to foster connections, also has the potential to degrade it if left unchecked. By way of closing, I also want to note that if you are being bullied or you know someone who is, I will be leaving some resources down in the description box for you. I can assure you that living and cultivating a life that you desire for yourself is the greatest revenge you could ever enact against someone else. As Pierce the Veil said, there's no greater vengeance than learning to enjoy again. Hope you get the message. You deserve to be here just as much as everyone else, and the world, your world especially, would be very dim without.
I love Shakespeare. Oh. Resources here. Post up there. And this also. Okay.
Got you in it. Thank you so much for watching. I love you guys so much, and I will see you some other time in some other part of the internet being insufferable. Stay safe.
How's it feel to be back?
Feels so good to be back. Lately, it's easy to feel pressure to turn every free moment into an opportunity to get smarter, stronger, or, most importantly, wealthier. We're all managing side hustles, adopting productive grind sets, and monetizing our hobbies to avoid wasting an afternoon. You might even be watching this video because you feel like it's more productive to learn something in your free time than watch more of this. Which, hey, it's great for us, but it's also an opportunity for introspection. What is it about laziness that feels morally wrong? Why does doing nothing make us so uncomfortable? And maybe most importantly, is laziness actually a thing? Let's find out in this Wisecrack edition why laziness is the greatest American sin. Laziness as a moral concern has been around, at least from a Judeo-Christian perspective, since Adam and Eve got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. Later, the church codified this when it included sloth as one of the 7 deadly sins. Building on these biblical roots, the notion of human labor as an indispensable source of value, aka work ethic, was born. Puritans brought the concept of laziness to North America, and today, laziness is defined as the quality of being unwilling to work or expend energy. Unlike being tired, unmotivated, or depressed, laziness is treated like it's an essential trait. Someone isn't being lazy, they are lazy. And the youngest generation to enter the workforce are guaranteed to be the lazy ones. Gen Z has been stereotyped as lazy and unaware. Millennials were called lazy and unwilling to work. And Gen X was recently labeled the original quiet quitters. People in lower economic groups are often cast as lazy bums, draining the welfare system. Thanks, Ronald. How about women and immigrants?
Boo.
You guessed it, also lazy. Okay, so who isn't lazy? Well, historically, it's been well-dressed, or these days hoodie-clad business bros, who use their intelligence and hard work to make bank. And they all tend to look like this. And more recently, this. So when and how did laziness become the scarlet letter of modern-day society? Well, evolutionarily, it's normal for humans to conserve energy. However, humans don't like being idle either. I mean, have you ever tried being bored? Kinda sucks. But if you feel like wanting to conserve energy and be productive seems a little paradoxical, you're absolutely right. It's what scholars refer to as the paradox of effort. Sometimes we want to do as little as possible, and other times the act of doing something is intrinsically valuable, so we put in more effort, like figuring out how to get to Sweetgreens without asking for directions. So humans can be both lazy and productive. But what matters more than what science says is what we actually believe. Is laziness an inherent part of being human? Well, British philosopher Bertrand Russell was, surprisingly, pro-laziness. He believed that leisure is essential to civilization, and that we shouldn't have to work more than 4 hours a day. Others weren't so convinced. Solon, the founder of ancient Athenian democracy, came in hot with laziness is the mother of all evil. And philosopher Immanuel Kant had some pretty choice words for laziness, writing, "Laziness and cowardice are the reasons why so great a proportion of men, even when nature has long emancipated them from alien guidance, nevertheless gladly remain immature for life." While associating laziness with cowardice sounds harsh, it's worth noting that Kant is writing specifically about laziness towards critical thought, one which he thought needed to be overcome for people to intellectually liberate themselves. Westerners seem to fall into the anti-laziness pack. We treat a reluctance to work like it's a sin, whereas busyness, usefulness, and productivity are morally good, especially when they're tied to a paycheck. As sociologist David Graeber put it, we have become a civilization based on work. Not even productive work, but work as an end and meaning in itself. We have come to believe that men and women who do not work harder than they wish, at jobs they do not particularly enjoy, are bad people, unworthy of love, care, or assistance from their communities. It is as if we have collectively acquiesced to our own enslavement.
The f is this world? What have they done to us? What did they do to us?
For his part, Aristotle was also worried about laziness. As for him, reaching a state of true happiness involves that we're being active and intentional, i.e. the opposite of binge-watching Vanderpump Rules.
Yes, I was being an ass, but if there's one thing an ass doesn't want to see is his girlfriend walking alone with some guy with a dumb face and a stupid beard.
In his Politics, he writes that, "For happiness is action, and many noble things reach their end in the actions of those who are just and temperate. But if you don't do anything, you're going to struggle to get anywhere close to happiness and virtue." Like I said earlier, aversion to free time was militantly adopted by Christians and carried on by the Puritans, who believed that people who worked hard would go to heaven, and those who struggled to do so were destined for hell. This belief system caught on and became very productive in service of colonization. I mean, if putting people to work against their will makes them virtuous, and if
This is incredibly concise.
their resistance to being enslaved makes them lazy and bad, it becomes pretty easy to justify colonialism and slavery. Scholar Dr. Devin Price explained that this worldview, that people who opposed unjust labor were broken or disturbed, became the foundation for American capitalism and the laziness lie. According to Price, the laziness lie says hard work is morally superior to relaxation, and that people who aren't productive have less innate value than productive people. This belief system was used as justification to subjugate
It's super fucking ableist too. So much ableism baked in.
marginalized groups like Native Americans and poor white folks, and absolutely exploded in the Industrial Revolution. And workers being busy made the ruling class less worried about pesky uprisings, and gave the rich more time for finger foods and horses. Or, as Graeber, evoking George Orwell, put it, a population busy working doesn't have time to do much else. The ideology of the American dream reinforced anti-laziness attitudes and encouraged societal complacency. If you work hard enough and don't challenge the system, you can rise to the upper class. The poor were encouraged to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps, and it was largely believed it was their fault they were poor in the first place. Classic American myths of the self-made man, perpetuated in late 19th century books by writers like Horatio Alger, further perpetuated this idea. The narrative bled into many of Hollywood's early westerns, in which strong men who don't play by the rules lone wolf their way to success. With these narratives becoming so fundamental to American cultural identity, it's no surprise that things like economic reform, legal protections for workers, and welfare programs are framed as rewarding couch potatoes who don't contribute to society. Research shows that many Americans believe that people get what they deserve. The delusion that life is fair hurts our capacity to be compassionate to others or even ourselves, driving us to work to exhaustion and to judge others for not doing the same. This shame cycle serves people in power, who are never ever called lazy.
Life is unfair.
And that's why today, many believe that even our free time should have some clear productive end, ideally a financial one. And even when we sleep, we should have some type of passive income system in place so our bank account grows as we dream of Tim Ferriss telling us that we're daddy's special child.
Who will daddy kiss, daddy kiss, daddy kiss?
And when we do have free time, it can be stressful, because we might feel like leisure is wasteful and unproductive. It's like how on my commute to and from the studio today, I'm gonna be listening to podcasts or audiobooks at 1.75 speed to try and cram some more potentially valuable information into my brain. I mean, I don't even find new music anymore because I'm so busy trying to be productive and cram all this information in my head that I don't have time to do what I enjoy. Even vacation isn't safe from the productivity craze. Only 14% of Americans take 2 weeks vacation in a row, and 54% of American workers didn't use up their vacation time, leaving 662 million unused vacation days. I mean, compare that to our friends in Brazil, who enjoy an average of 30 days off per year. And even when we do take time off, it's hard to let go of our need to feel productive. I mean, I'm ashamed to admit it, but the last time that I hung out with my family, I was taking work calls the whole time, and I wasn't getting paid. Our fear of laziness has made us allergic to fun and rest. But is laziness really that bad? Not according to some intellectual heavyweights. John Steinbeck, noted fan of mice, men, and grapes, said, "Only in laziness can one achieve a state of contemplation which is a balancing of values, a weighing of oneself against the world and the world against itself." And your anti-fascist favorite, Theodor Adorno, believed laziness was the ultimate symbol of unruly thought, the only place where freedom is possible, or as Marx also believed, where freedom begins. And it's worth returning to Aristotle here, because while he did critique laziness and inactivity, he was also critical of the idea that human beings should be working all the time. In Politics, he writes that the citizens must not live a mechanic or a mercantile life, for such a life is ignoble and inimical to virtue. For leisure is needed both for the development of virtue and for active participation in politics. He's arguing that if we are to be good humans, we can't spend all day working, as we need time to develop morals, be creative, and think about our communities. While this might not be him saying it's good to stare at your phone for 6 hours on a Tuesday afternoon, it's definitely not arguing that being productive 24/7 is the goal either. We see at least a little bit of this spirit still alive in Europe, coincidentally the continent upon which Aristotle once walked around in sandals. While Americans are 16% more productive than Europeans, and if anyone in the audience knows how they got that calculation, please let us know, Europeans have way more vacation days, and as a result,
I mean, it's probably just like GDP, right? I don't know.
are much less stressed, depressed, and burnt out. So maybe part of the problem here is that we're all misunderstanding what laziness actually is? Because while we might think we're being lazy as we binge watch the new season of Selling Sunset while scrolling through Instagram and TikTok at a near psychotic pace, we're actively consuming content on one digital platform while creating data on 2 other platforms which can then be used to create profit, just not for us. I.e., we're contributing to the proliferation of capitalism, which is almost like work, but if we're sitting around relaxing, taking a walk around the block, or wasting water during a peaceful shower, we might have time to think about ourselves, our lives, others, and the world around us. Surely that's way closer to the type of contemplation the philosophers were talking about than it is to laziness. Unproductive time also helps us manage stress, allows us to recharge, and encourages diffuse thinking, all of which give us more time, energy, and brain power to challenge the status quo. I mean, maybe one of the most radical things we can do to stick it to the man is to zone out on the couch for a while and do absolutely nothing. So you have the energy to fight for and think about the things that actually matter. For his part, Price argues that laziness doesn't actually exist, and what we call laziness is usually a warning sign from our bodies and minds that something about our lives isn't working. But we've learned to ignore these signals because they're a threat to our focus at work. So maybe laziness as we commonly think of it isn't real. But what if there's a different—
That's real as fuck. Like, sometimes you need to be lazy just to, like, fucking recuperate, like, recover from your life. You know? That's, like, not really laziness. That's just, like, trying to survive.
kind of laziness we should be paying attention to. According to scholar Kathy Jenny, empathic laziness, or refusal to empathize with others, like, say, people society deems lazy, is a pernicious force in human life today. Maybe it's time to stop worrying about who's doing what and turn our attention to who needs what from us as a society, regardless of how many hours they work today. But what do you guys think? Is laziness as evil as our forefathers said? Or have we been gaslit into not knowing how to chill? Let us know what you think in the comments. Huge thanks to our patrons as always, and if you're interested in getting all of our videos early with no ads along with extra audio and video content, check out the link in the description. But thanks to everyone for watching, commenting, liking, subscribing, and everything else, as it really helps us keep the channel going. In the meantime, we give you permission to be as lazy as you possibly can this week, and I'll see you guys soon.
Faced. Sorry, boss. Lady on the internet told me to be lazy.
Hello, my name is Mina. Welcome to my channel, and if you're a returning viewer, you're probably wondering what this getup is. Honestly, like, I do try to dress a little bit like the topic at hand, but today we're going to be talking about quiet luxury and stealth wealth, and I was just looking at my closet this morning, and I was like, I don't think I can pull off this aesthetic category. Yeah, this is just what we're gonna work with today. I did incorporate some tailored pants. Obviously I styled it in a way that no one in succession would ever style. their clothes as.
So, I hear you've made an enormous faux pas.
Yeah, also, if you're wondering why I'm wearing like a white bra underneath a black top, it's because I don't own a black bra because I don't really wear bras, and I just have this like one vintage La Perla white bra top that I really like. Anyways, I wanted to do a video on self-wealth and quiet luxury because in a couple podcast episodes, I've referred to it, like I've had little baby conversations about it, but I haven't constructed a full video. And so because a lot of people have been talking about it online, because everyone is hypothesizing that minimalism is in now and maximalism is like on its way out, I thought it'd be a good opportunity to really do a deep dive and also take you all on it with me.
Let's go.
So let's start in the early 2000s. In the early 2000s, mainstream fashion trends of the time were all about bling, logos, bold colors, and maximal styling. Christina Binkley, who covers fashion for the Wall Street Journal, told Vox, "People were dripping in gold. There was bling on clothing, jewelry, accessories. Fashion had been really loud and it was a huge party." But then that shifted literally overnight.
Lehman Brothers is going bankrupt.
The signs were everywhere, but now it's official, we are in a recession.
Challenging times ahead.
The traditional definition of a recession is 2 quarters of economic contraction or lack of growth.
The recession hit in 2008. Things pivoted. And even though members of the ultra wealthy class, like their lifestyles didn't really change with the recession, they still opted to dress in less lavish ways because being loud and proud about how much money you had was particularly gauche when literally the rest of the world was suffering. Ron Frasch, who was president and chief merchandising officer of Saks Fifth Avenue in the late 2000s, noticed that the wealthiest shoppers still bought luxury goods during the recession, but there was pushback against items that had noticeable logos. And also, in the face of economic uncertainty, simplicity and neutrality became safer bets for designers. For example, Phoebe Philo, the creative director of Celine from 2008 to 2018, rose to fame for her understated but still expensive designs. Colors also reflected this new minimalism. In 2008, the colors black, gray, navy, and white dominated fashion shows more than ever. For those impacted by the recession, fast fashion and thrifting became major ways to look stylish while being on a budget. People wanted to dress cheaply, but they also didn't want to look cheap. So this is when the concept of high-low dressing became really trendy. And, you know, I was really young during the recession. I wasn't like super young. I was like 10. I think I was like 10 years old during the recession. And I was too young to recognize what was actually happening in the economy. But I will say that I really liked reading fashion magazines that my mom collected. And I remember that in these fashion magazines around like 2008, there were just so many articles and advice columns about how to mix and match like designer pieces with pieces from like H&M or Zara. In her book, Dress Code, Unlocking Fashion from the New Look to Millennial Pink, Elle Fashion Features director Veronique Hyland writes, "High-low became first a personal style directive and then more of an order for strivers. Millennial women who entered the workforce during recession were advised to mimic a proper professional appearance by mixing fast fashion items, often runway knockoffs, with investment pieces at a time when investments of all kinds felt precarious." Usually the investment pieces that these magazine articles would suggest you to buy were like bags or accessories like sunglasses or jewelry, because these items get the most wear and the most rotation in your day-to-day outfits. And 2008 wasn't actually the first time high-low dressing was introduced. In a 1974 essay called Recession Dressing, the fashion writer Kennedy Frazier wrote, "The old interest in the cautious principle of spending more on fewer clothes of better quality is back." In the years following the recession, startup companies embraced a minimal logo design. So Glossier and Warby Parker come to mind. The reason these companies in the 2010s leaned so much towards sans serif fonts and white space is because it was markedly different from the clunky logos of big corporations. Leo Wang, CEO of Buffy, a comforter startup, said, "That first generation of direct-to-consumer successes started in that post-recession moment. They were about value, honesty, transparency of economics, and getting a good deal. All of that felt front of mind for customers. Corporate America had swindled them. So nowadays, I definitely feel the whole minimal graphic design has kind of teetered out because Gen Z prefers like curvier, fun, bubblier type of graphic design in their products. And part of that is definitely because, graphic design trends come and go. But also what I've noticed is that a lot of major companies like Coca-Cola or Pepsi or, these like big corporations that have been big for a long time that used to have this very clunky graphic design and clunky logos, they have all simplified their designs to match like these millennial startup companies. And therefore, that entire design aesthetic has kind of just become washed and untrustworthy. As of now, the current economic situation in the US is a little dire. As I've said, we've kind of been in this impending recession era for a while now. But also like companies are scaling back. People are getting laid off in mass. Housing prices are becoming more and more unaffordable. And the writers are on strike. So things are just not looking very good. At the same time, the pendulum seems to be swinging back towards minimalism. For example, during the award show season earlier this year, fans noticed a lack of jewelry on the red carpet. More specifically, a lot of celebs were missing necklaces while wearing low neckline dresses that seemed to scream for a necklace. Trend forecaster Delaney Bryant suggested that this was all intentional, predicting that it was actually a sign of economic downturn, hence the term recession core coming up as a trend. Other TikTok trend predictions anticipate
recession core? Recession core? Bro, I hate everything. Fucking, why? Just LARPing as a poor person? Wow. Wow, that makes me so mad.
Move towards bigger bags, fewer accessories, outfit repeating, and androgyny, alongside messy hair and makeup that exude utilitarian practicality. The trend of de-influencing, aka sharing overhyped products you don't think are worth the money, also speaks to a recession core mindset.
You don't need this product from Amazon. This is so unnecessary.
Trend forecasters are expecting the resin jewelry and checkerboard prints of the past few years to phase out, while versatile and minimalist brands like The Row and Kate are expected to attract more and more fans. And as I said, over the last few years, but especially in the last couple months, we've seen these terms like quiet luxury and stealth wealth and old money get tossed around. These are all supposed designations for how rich people dress. Quiet luxury and stealth wealth especially get kind of used interchangeably. Though Laura Jackson and Joy Montgomery define quiet luxury as more of an aesthetic category. They write for Vogue, quiet luxury is a low-key approach to luxury. It's less austere than minimalism, but more polished than normcore. It's Sienna Miller in Anatomy of a Scandal meets off-duty Olsen twins. It's a battered Hermes Kelly bag or a Max Mara investment coat thrown over an ancient pair of vintage jeans. Ava Wiseman defined stealth wealth for The Guardian by focusing on specific materials and small details on clothes. She writes, stealth wealth is the name given to the clothes worn by the extremely rich. Very fine wools in navy or gray, oversized coats, tiny handbags, whites so bright they're almost blue, 1,000 shades of camel, a whole caravan of them, a palette that whispers taste with a little lisp. Logos are replaced with secret codes, a clever little stitch at the hem or a hoodie made of cashmere. So it seems like quiet luxury is a casual, effortless style that's expensive. It is more like an aesthetic category, while stealth wealth is a more purposeful initiative to portray wealth through like secret clothing codes. Again, I don't want to get too caught up in those definitions because they're pretty much used interchangeably again, and there is a lot of overlap between the two. Old money, on the other hand, which I've done a whole video on, is a distilled version of preppy fashion. It's a Pinterest aesthetic that takes influence from country club outfits, Riviera vacation wardrobes, and Upper East Side private school uniforms. The talented Mr. Ripley, vintage Ralph Lauren ads, and old Hollywood icons like Grace Kelly and Audrey Hepburn seem ever present on the mood boards. Old money as an aesthetic rarely applies to like the actual old money establishment. It's a romanticized idea of how they dress, heavily leaning on vintage style, including elements of old school tennis outfits, chic headscarves, and white suits. I feel like the old money aesthetic peaked on social media around 2021 to 2022. And actually, since 2021, I would argue that there's been less attention paid towards aesthetics in general, but that's like another video. Quiet luxury and stealth wealth, on the other hand, supposedly represent the tastes of the current actual rich and have grown in popularity as phenomena, mostly due to Gwyneth Paltrow's court style and the TV show Succession. I've made a whole video on Gwyneth Paltrow already, so let's just talk about Succession. Succession brought the concept of stealth wealth into the public discourse through its costume design. Every character is meticulously dressed to reveal their economic status. For instance, the image and power-obsessed Roy family wear the most offensively expensive and offensively boring clothing you can imagine. The heir to the family empire, Kendall Roy, famously wears a baseball cap. The cap is plain black, made of a cashmere blend material, and produced by the Italian knitwear brand Loro Piana. It also sells for the low cost of $625. Despite the price tag, there's nothing that really sets this hat apart, at least aesthetically, and it's a little boring, I'm not gonna lie. The character Bridget is ridiculed by the character Tom Wamsgin, who married into the Roy family for carrying a ludicrously capacious bag. Through this fashion faux pas, Bridget immediately marked herself as an interloper in this exclusive world.
What's even in there? Huh? Flat shoes for the subway? Her lunch pail? I mean, Greg, it's monstrous. It's gargantuan. You could take it camping. You could slide it across the floor after a bank job.
Also, I have no idea if I pronounced that character's name right because I actually haven't watched Succession. I'm just like keeping up to date with all this cultural discourse about it because, you know, I like to keep tabs on those types of things. But yeah, I haven't watched it. I'm planning to at some point. Just probably not before the series ends. The ultra rich, of course, rarely need to carry anything, hence the dig at the size of this bag. However, that's not the only issue. The bag is covered in a distinctive print that obviously signals Burberry. Even without an actual logo, it falls under logomania. Despite the fact that this bag is actually very expensive, like it retails online for over 2,500 pounds, it reads cheap to the Roy family because it's flashy and attention grabbing.
Everyone's laughing up their sleeves about your date.
This is just the most viral example of the show's costuming, but actually like the entire show has been receiving high praise, especially this final season. In an interview with Refinery29, the costume designer Michelle Matland explained her process. In early stages, a lot of time was spent researching, not just in magazines and online, but physically visiting restaurants, corporate offices, and the like. We spent months finding out who these people are so that we could be as authentic and real as possible and tell the story we were trying to tell.
I know you.
So you know what's funny? For most of history, the general consensus was that the ultra-wealthy were obsessed with wearing their status loudly and proudly. But then everything changed when the Industrial Revolution allowed a rising bourgeoisie class to make even more exorbitant amounts of money than the old nobility. Enter economist Thorsten Veblen, who coined the term conspicuous consumption to illustrate what was happening in 1899. Veblen believed that the nouveau riche displayed extravagant spending to raise themselves to the same status as the old moneyed establishment, a process defined as pecuniary emulation. Therefore, the only way that these established old money families could differentiate themselves from these newcomers was by showing better taste in the types of things that they would consume. So rather than buying anything and everything, they had to cultivate greater levels of cultural and intellectual capital. Also worth noting, logomania and ostentatious dressing have been hallmarks of like Black urban street culture for a very long time. Even during the antebellum period in the South, there are traveler accounts that note how Black Americans living there were dressed way more colorfully and way more flamboyantly than white Americans living there. And of course, Dapper Dan, the father of logomania, introduced heavily monogrammed designs in the 1980s, which became a mainstay of luxury streetwear. So given that, there are definitely racist implications on why bold dressing and maximalism is coded as being in poor taste. The irony behind quiet luxury, though, is that like the rich people who engage in it apparently do so because they feel confident enough in their own wealth. They don't feel like they have to prove anything to anyone. But the people who are on TikTok actively trying to look for tips on how to emulate the quiet luxury style are doing so because they want to impress people. On TikTok, you can find hundreds of videos on explainers of why the 1% dress a certain way and styling tutorials to bag a husband above your station or to manifest a more moneyed lifestyle. In a way, stealth wealth has morphed into becoming a trend in and of itself. As Amanda Mull reports for The Atlantic, all of a sudden, more accessible stores such as H&M and Zara are selling nondescript, generously cut trousers and oversized button-downs and double-breasted blazers and grandpa loafers. The fashion website Hypebeast cites, by its count, 1.4 billion views for stealth wealth meeting on TikTok as evidence that the kids really are dying to save up and swathe themselves in cashmere, or more likely to buy budget-friendly knit blends. A lot of people who are pulled to this style like to defend it in any way that they can to justify why they want to dress this way. They'll say that quiet luxury is more practical for everyday wear, it's more comfortable because the fabrics are nicer, you're investing in staple pieces and therefore you're being more eco-conscious, and you're not trifling with petty social signals like logos. But none of those things are necessary.
It's not true. Like, a lot of it's white and cream and beige. Like, that's so hard to keep clean.
Necessarily true. Many rich people, even like the old moneyed rich people, dress horribly. They have truly awful style. Okay, not everyone is Gwyneth Paltrow. They also don't exist as a monolith, right? Like, some of them actually do wear a lot of logos, and many of them do wear impractical and wasteful things. You know, when I was doing my interview with Ryan and we were talking about the whole quiet luxury, I asked her what she thought was actually quiet luxury. And what we've kind of realized in that episode is that it's more of a sensibility than like the presentation. I feel like there's certain like social codes that a lot of old money people participate in, like the way that they talk and certain behaviors that extend way beyond dress. And it's all like a reflection of, you know, going to these specific private schools, preparatory schools, and growing up in these kind of communities. Those are things that cannot be replicated by a Bruno Cucinelli sweater. Ultimately, like, the idea of a rich person uniform is a mythology that was created by people who are aspiring to be rich. And I can understand why people do this. It makes the rich seem more easy to crack. It makes people who want to be a part of this group and this lifestyle feel that if they just crack the secret code, if they can just buy one beautifully knit cashmere sweater, then maybe they can sneak into the upper echelons of society, and maybe, just maybe, they can elevate themselves and belong. It all goes back to the American dream, baby. Like, the American dream is the reason for all this kind of dysfunction.
This is the American dream.
The essence of the American dream.
I know the answer to this.
If you're not American, the American dream is this like idea that's been transmitted into our brains since we were babies, that America is a meritocracy. And if you just work hard, if you just, you know, what is that phrase? Like, raise your bootstraps, hike your bootstraps, something with your bootstraps. If you just grab them and you just put your all into your work, you could be the next Jeff Bezos. It has nothing to do with generational wealth, and it has nothing to do with the fact that a lot of these rich people have connections that get them to where they are. As Jake Silbert writes for Heist Nobiety, these profoundly wealthy people are lionized as gods in popular culture. Elon Musk's unfunny memes are worshipped by his cultish fans, and Steve Jobs' normcore uniform is perpetually imitated by wannabe geniuses seeking the next tech auteur. But sometimes we need to ask ourselves, we need to really sit there and ask ourselves, do we want to aspire to be these people? Do we want to belong with the people who are doing the most when it comes to environmental destruction? Do we want to be in the group of people who are jet setting to private islands, whereas the rest of us stayed masked in quarantine? The people who hoard their money instead of using it to better society in any kind of measurable way. Wiseman critiques, buying into stealth wealth feels like buying a band t-shirt, except the band are the worst people in the world, and the t-shirt costs the same as a month's rent, and the music is them laughing as they shout "eat shit" from a car. With the greatest respect, no thank you. So we've talked about 2008 and we've talked about the impending recession, and I feel like if we look at both of these moments in a vacuum, it's easy to come to the conclusion that recessions lead to minimalism, but that's not always the case. For instance, when we had a baby recession during quarantine, people were all about DIY maximalism in 2020 as a form of escapism and as crafting grew in popularity. Also, during the Great Depression, middle and lower class women also engaged in craftiness as exemplified by feed sack dresses. If you don't know what a feed sack dress is, these are dresses that are literally made of the fabric sacks that were used to package shipped commodities like flour and animal feed. Rural women started making garments out of the leftover sack to be thrifty throughout the early 20th century. But by the Depression, the practice had spread throughout the rest of the nation because buying bolts of fabric was so expensive in comparison. So, as it became more popular to sew dresses out of fabric sacks, businesses realized the way their sacks looked could be a huge selling point for their goods. Companies like Gingham Girl Flour packaged their goods in dress quality fabric and used its sacks as a selling point. Trade organizations also sponsored feed sack shows, and manufacturers even went so far as to hire designers to make sure that the prints and patterns on these feed sacks were fashionable and desirable to modern day women. So, if you look at some photos of feed sack dresses, some of them are actually quite maximal with stylish prints. And when it came to rich people, we have to understand that movies were a huge industry in the 1930s, and a lot of people went to the movies as a form of escapism from, the dire economic times. And so a lot of these movies at the time had to do with like rags to riches, or, they were just like pure fun and escapism, like Ginger Roger and Fred Astaire's collaborations. And of course, the dresses that were featured in these films tended to be very elaborate, very lavish, feeding into the romanticized fantasy that a lot of
They're so fabulous though. I think a lot of like the poor people wanting to emulate this style, it's not like, oh, I want to be like the rich people. I mean, not all of them. It's more like everyone just wants to have nice things. You know? Like what if I had that nice actual silk fucking designer dress? Like that would be a lot cooler than this polyester piece of shit that's gonna fall apart in 2 days. Like I think there's a distinction there. Oh god damn it.
Working class women had. And because fashion trends have always had this kind of close relationship.
Ugh! Why? My computer just won't work tonight. It just won't. Fucking awesome. Fucking awesome.
Relationship with movies, but especially in the early 20th century, some of the fashion trends of the 1930s were pretty maximalist. However, I have to add that in real life, the rich were still throwing lavish parties and balls as a way to lighten the mood, rocking expensive fur coats and whatnot. And working class people were stunned to see these real life maximalist displays of wealth, which led to a lot of class conflict, especially in the form of violent worker strikes and a push for unionization. But anyways, the point is, an economic recession does not necessarily mean that people will pare down their wardrobes. One thing that is consistent, though, is that rich people will always dress in a way that is coded as rich, even if we can't necessarily tell immediately from the onset. So, for example, while we like to think that rich people throughout history have always dressed in a garish way with long, colorful velvet robes and flashy jewels, this wasn't consistently the case. During the Dutch Golden Age in the 17th century, a period of economic prosperity in the Netherlands, hence the term Golden Age, the new wealthy merchant class followed a Protestant sensibility for wearing simple, muted colors. But in actuality, their clothes were still very expensive. We can take a look at Nicholas May's portrait of Cornelius Munter in 1679. Charlotte Higgins wrote for The Guardian that despite its simplistic cut, the jacket Cornelius is wearing is actually very luxurious. She writes, "It is a marvelous garment,
hey.
real fashion statement, a Japanese padded jacket in, according to curator Betsy Weissman, a shantung silk." These jackets were incredibly hard to get hold of. In fact, you could only acquire one if you had connections with the powerful Dutch East India Company. It was the it jacket. And getting one is not just about being rich, it is also about cozying up to the right people. Weissman also points out that it was a deeply utilitarian item, all that snug padding being just the thing.
This video's almost over. It's like 4 minutes left. It's gonna be a lot to summarize. Uh, she was basically talking about how rich people dress, the different types of rich people, the class implications. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Quiet luxury, everything's a lie. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
For frosty Dutch mornings. So, very comfortable, like a lot of like these high-end cashmere knits of today. Very modest in the way that it's not a flashy item, but still very expensive to those in the know. So as I said, the reason why these like Dutch merchants were dressed more simply
Oh yeah, by the way, this is Mina Ali. She's great.
Compared to like, let's say, their French counterparts is because of their Protestant beliefs. And even though now I would argue that a lot of wealthy people are not necessarily outwardly religious in that way, the way that they dress still reflects the kind of values that they have. So we can look at tech bros, actually.
So how are you monetizing these, what did you call them, hobbies?
No. And I know that tech bros are more so like a new moneyed class. There are definitely some tech bros that come from wealth, but like the industry as a whole is related to like new money. They are still rich people, and still the way that they dress conveys like their beliefs. The tech bro uniform is usually a type of like commoner outfit of jeans and hoodies, but with subtle nods to their wealth with expensive watches and company insignias on their t-shirts. This newly moneyed class is strategically displaying their mounting riches while still making sure to project the values they wish to be associated with: nerdy intelligence, privilege to not care about fashion, and all-consuming hard work.
Oh, shit! Oh, Richard.
Yeah, I think it's like the nerd aesthetic a little bit. It's the age of the nerd. I think a lot of the tech bros have embraced that.
I mean, Steve Jobs allegedly wore a black turtleneck every day to reduce decision fatigue. And decision fatigue is the paralysis you experience when you're inundated with too many choices. So, aka me whenever I see a menu that's more than 2 pages long. So quiet luxury, even though it has this reputation for not flexing your wealth, it actually is flexing your wealth. It's just doing it in a different way. It's doing it through codes and meanings, but it's still doing it. And I think the reason it's popular now is for a number of reasons, not just because of the economic recession, but also because, the pendulum always likes to swing back and forth between maximalism and minimalism. And we did just have this period of maximalism. So people are getting tired of it and now they're skewing towards minimalism. But nothing's really changed, like back in the 2010s, people were still trying to emulate the rich. They were trying to emulate the Kardashians with the logomania and ostentatious flexing of wealth. It wasn't seen as gaudy at the time because the whole idea of influencing and that entire industry was new. But I think generally whenever something has been in the mainstream for
every basic bitch with a Chanel logo on their wall, yeah. Yeah.
too long, people get tired of it and they want something different. Okay, with that said, thank you all so much for listening to me ramble on this subject. Please let me know your thoughts on quiet luxury and stealth wealth and even the old money aesthetic. I feel like she's kind of died. She's no longer with us, but I always...
Oh, Supreme, true. Why was there such a cult following for Supreme? I think it was just the exclusivity. I don't know. People are weird.
I have a soft spot for her because I do love little tennis outfits and private school dress codes. But yeah, I'd love to know your opinions. And if you want the longer version of this video, I'll be publishing a podcast accompanied episode on Wednesday. And yeah, I'll see you next time. And I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Bye.
I get emotional at films an embarrassing amount. Here,
I didn't do enough.
Here,
Get up. I gotta go home.
Here, even here, ridiculous. Why is this? It's bizarre if you think about it. These are imaginary people that I don't know on a screen dealing with issues that I often have no experience of myself. Why can we be so moved by them? Even if you don't get emotional, you'd probably agree that there is emotion that connects you to the story. I think understanding why this is the case can go some way in helping us understand what's at stake in a so-called culture war. Because what's often forgotten is that culture, politics, and our own psychological lives are inseparably intertwined. How does culture connect to politics? There have always been culture wars, battles over values, beliefs, systems of thought, fights over national consciousness itself. Culture war issues differ from political ones in that they go beyond simple political debates about economics, laws, taxes, and so on. They're about how we relate to one another on a more fundamental level. The current conservative complaint is now well known. Major institutions have been captured by leftist culture warriors. Hollywood, TV, mainstream news and newspapers, universities are all dominated by a woke, politically correct mindset. Andrew Breitbart was right when he said that politics is downstream from culture, that our values are laid bare in stories, songs, arts, even games and sports, before things get political. In other words, we focus too much on realpolitik, on the drama of political life, on elections, on the minutiae of the decisions that politicians make. But to understand politics, we must understand the culture or cultures that underpins it. The way we divide up politics and culture can be seen, in part, as a product of the Enlightenment division of the world into two: a rationalist world and an emotional one. On the one hand, we have a rationalised modern state and the bureaucratic management of things like business, politics, war, universities, and our own lives. We apply rules, assign roles to each other in the office, live by schedules, have treaties between countries, have court processes, school exams, recognise qualifications, rules for elections, standardised measurements and regulations, and so on. This is the inheritance of Enlightenment rationalism. It's the way we do modern life, the way we do business and politics. But in contrast to this, but just as important, we have a romantic tradition. This tradition acknowledges that reason and rationalism are not all that matters. We have emotions, passions, beliefs, personal relationships, national identities, cultural myths, art, film, poetry, and music, and the like. These two realms are often kept apart. We have the image of the white-coated rational scientist or the corporate businessman with a suitcase involved in experiments or data and calculation. Then we have the artistic genius, the passionate songwriter, the national poet, the auteur filmmaker, the insightful novelist. But no matter how much they're kept apart, in reality they always collide. The rational politician relies on poetic rhetoric and impassioned speeches. Scientists are often passionate and emotional about what they do and their pursuits. On the other hand, artists have to rely on the bureaucracies of universities or things like record labels when they're training or building an audience. And as much as we try to rationalise the political process, when it comes down to it, when we look for the ultimate ground and justification for our values, we get into a murkier area, one where national identity, passions, our cultural stories on things like TV shows, and data, tax benefits and regulations all collide. We make political decisions based not on one or the other, but on a strange mix of both. It's a reminder politics and the arts are not separate. I think one of
Yeah. I hate when people try to say to me that oh, social science is a soft science. Like, I don't know what to tell you. The world's crazy. We live in a society. I don't just because it's a soft science doesn't mean that you can't like draw conclusions from it. Like you can still conduct experiments, do statistical analysis. Like what do you think it means, soft science? Do you think that means it's not science? Because it is.
Of the best people to understand this dichotomy through is a giant of the arts who is somewhat underappreciated in the popular imagination of the Anglosphere, the German writer Friedrich Schiller. He was at the centre of one of the most important and consequential culture wars in history, the Enlightenment one that culminated in the French Revolution. This culture war absolutely changed the world, and it's at the heart of how we think today. In the decades before the French Revolution exploded, there were wide-ranging debates about what art meant, the nature of things like religious feeling, the place of the theatre, and most centrally, an outpouring of novels that grabbed the hearts and minds of readers all across Europe. Voltaire's Candide, Rousseau's Julie, Goethe's The Sorrows of Young Werther. These were stories at the core of a culture war, a battle for the values that defined European life. For Schiller, these works of art were obviously political, so he asked himself a powerful question: how is art related to freedom? The French Revolution began in 1789, but before it even started, throughout the 1780s, Schiller had written several popular plays that were conspicuously revolutionary in character. He used his plays to discuss themes of liberty and equality while denouncing the regimes of oppression across Europe. Their theme? Revolt against established order. One of the plays, The Robbers, is the story of the son of an aristocrat who leads a band of moral thieves who have codes of ethics. Their loyalty to one another is contrasted with the immorality and egotism of those they steal from. A minister who sells offices to the highest bidder, for example. But more than a simple Robin Hood, the central character is also a revolutionary. But Schiller was sceptical about outright revolution. He believed in what the Germans called Bildung, a sort of moral education that improved everyone's character. And when the French Revolution turned to widespread bloodshed, he, like many, lamented over what had happened. How could the Enlightenment's culture war plea for a new moral order with freedom and equality at its core turn into such a horrifying, bloodthirsty moment? He said it was a moment of prodigal opportunity met with a generation unprepared to receive it. Instead of a new ethical kingdom of heaven on earth, violent and selfish impulses and passions were unleashed. So many of the period thought the same. William Wordsworth, the wider Romantics, Kant and Hegel all looked on the revolution with complicated feelings. And in 1795, Schiller wrote an essay that would change the trajectory of Enlightenment thought, inspire the Romantic Revolution, and still explains much of why culture wars still happen and matter today. In Letters on the Aesthetic Education of Man, Schiller argues that art and beauty are fundamental to the politics of freedom. He argues that people talk about philosophy and law and politics, but forget about art's role in our political lives. He claims strongly that it's through beauty that one progresses towards freedom. Look at the revolution, he says. Politics and philosophy have failed. We must turn instead to culture. But how can culture address...
The art of the revolution is, I think, probably my favorite period of art. Lots of people, like, actually breaking laws, like, actually, like, getting beheaded because of their art, like, kind of fucking based. Lots of base stuff happening there.
Address the issues we face. One problem, as he saw it, was that our modern society was separating us from each other into different roles and separating us from ourselves by dividing us up into different parts. Reason and art were becoming divided in the same way division of labour separated us all into different jobs with no connection to each other, in the same way that we still separate the rational scientist from the creative artist.
Oh, sorry, the French Revolution.
Previous civilizations, he thought, like the Greeks, had a much more balanced approach. Their culture tried to cultivate a balanced individual. He claims that in beauty, the separation between emotion and reason, between sympathy and logic, between science and art, can be reunited. He says it's by way of beauty that one approaches liberty. So, what does it mean to judge something as beautiful? It was a problem that had perplexed philosophers for millennia. For Schiller, and he followed Immanuel Kant here, our appreciation of beauty could be explained by the way sense and form come together. Senses involve a diversity of sensations, feelings, emotions, different qualia in the world. Form involves structure, plan, reason, and logic. When we appreciate beauty, whether in a sunset, a story, a song, a painting, poetry, or dance, Schiller said, we play between these two different drives, sense and form. He describes it as living form. It's life and form at the same time. Quick interruption before we continue, no ads, 10 seconds. Patreon benefit, subscribe, hit the bell, leave a comment, like, share, follow on Twitter and Instagram, sign up to the newsletter, all of those things in the description below. If you want support then and now, then just do one of them. Let's get on
Holy shit, that was fast. That was good.
with it. In music, we take distinct noises and put them in a pleasant order. In dance, we take the possibilities of the human body and apply form and music. We do the same in sport, which is often described in aesthetic terms, a beautiful goal, for example. And in a story or a poem, we take the contingencies of someone's life and impose a structure of some kind onto it, a moral order, a lesson, a goal, a point of some kind. Schiller said, the play of art encourages us to play with all our faculties, intellect, feeling, imagination, memory, and anticipation. This free play frees us up from the narrowness caused by specialization. He said that this playful blend of sense and form lifts up. In German, aufheben. But the German word also means to lift up and change, but preserve the diverse elements at the same time. This makes complete sense if you think about a great film, say. He's arguing that modern life is disjointed, but in something like a good story, music, acting, with a plot that shows us life in a completely different country, for example, we're quite literally lifted up by the coming together of sense and form. It's why we can describe art as inspiring, uplifting. The German philosopher Hegel, who was friends with Schiller, would be inspired by this. But how is this related to politics? To understand this, we have to think about a link between passion and politics. At the time, but maybe less so today, many believed that we had a kind of moral sense, and there was a great wave of what was known as sentimentalism, a great outpouring of emotion and passion all across Europe. Rousseau, for example, influentially argued that people should feel more. Many of the great best-selling love stories of the period were written within a political frame for a reason that's kind of lost to us, but we can probably empathise with nonetheless. Rousseau's Julie, Goethe's Werther, and Schiller's Intrigue and Love are all about love being obstructed by the politics of the period. Love lost in an ancient regime of privilege, people ordered into unhappy marriages, relationships between the classes prevented, between servant and lord impossible.
Rousseau's and Schiller's works were European-wide bestsellers. Some reported being so taken by them that they'd faint or weep for days.
It's easy to see why Rousseau thought that love could be the basis of a universal politics, because it transcended.
Imagine weeping for days over a book. I don't think I've done that over anything besides like a breakup.
Those artificially imposed and oppressive differences.
Love and beauty being so intimately connected, the question must be raised. Is there something universalistic in these feelings, something that speaks to our equality, our natural liberty even? Schiller thought so. Beauty is timeless, he thought. We admire millennia-year-old statues, the best stories are told over generations, the best art hung in galleries.
If beauty is universal, if it's felt universally, then there's something in it that can unite us.
He believed that Kant was right when he said we have a moral law within us. That law is a simple taste for the universal, that morality has its basis in thinking reasonably about whether our beliefs, actions and our relationships with others are conformable to a universal moral code. Whether, if everyone acted in that specific way, we could all live harmoniously in what Kant called a kingdom of ends.
Form, structure, in music, art, stories, and in morality is unity, harmony, perfection.
Kant's ethics, living in harmony with one another, was a type of form that we apply to our human lives in the same way that we apply form to sound in music or to acrylic in painting.
We all work together to impose rational harmony onto the world. That's what makes us human.
Schiller talks passionately about how the simple play of beauty can lead to duty and destiny. He said, sensual pleasures we enjoy merely as individuals, the pleasures of knowledge we enjoy only as a group, the beautiful alone we enjoy both as individual and as group.
Schiller's essay has been extraordinarily influential and has been analysed and cited and pored over ever since. It's full of holes and problems, and in many ways it raises more questions than answers. But I think it speaks to something we do seem to have an intuition for, that there's a connection between the beautiful and the good.
It adds to a chorus of ideas that were growing in popularity at the time, that art isn't mimesis, it isn't simply copying the world, that through art, through expression, we mould, shift and create new worlds, and hopefully, Schiller would say, that's a moral, harmonious and good world. He said to the artist that to raise the people wherever you meet them, surround them with noble and great forms and symbols until illusion conquers reality and art conquers nature.
I think Schiller is addressing this almost mysterious question about how we relate to the other that we don't always know. In modern life, we're meant to be a collective, while not knowing anyone past our immediate circles. For Schiller, we don't just relate to this unknown other politically, subject to the same laws and regulations, for example, speaking the same language, but we also relate to them culturally, through television shows, music and film, as, in Benedict Anderson's famous phrase, an imagined community.
And I think he's right, and that culture wars, especially ones about the arts, matter because they're about that powerful relationship between beauty and politics. They're about liberty. Artists of all types are engaged in the practice of creating these new moral horizons. Writing not long after, the romantic poet Percy Shelley called poets the unacknowledged legislators of the world. Wordsworth and Coleridge went on to
It's real. Drag queens will dance us into a better future. Unironically. Yeah. I think the best art is like subversive and like makes you question like the fabric of your reality, like the fundamentals. Um, I think that's when art is best. And that's why I love drag so much, you know? It's just like everything is a performance. And it's just like a heightened form of performance.
To write simple romantic morality poems in their lyrical ballads in an attempt to connect with ordinary people, to lift up Alphaben, their character. Schiller said that the end of humanity is to achieve harmony in knowing, doing, and enjoying. In his book on culture wars, Stephen Prothero has argued that although it seems like conservatives make a lot of noise during them, liberals have always won them, because at their heart they're usually about toleration. And if you think about some of the progressive culture war wins throughout history, women winning the vote, advances in civil rights, the sovereignty of the people over monarchs, there are clear and memorable works of artistic endeavour attached to them. This.
The gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the hope and the dream of the slave. And so, wow. There I go.
Prothero thinks that culture war advances throughout history have proven that the arc of history bends a little more towards inclusion and toleration. Schiller might add to that.
Is toleration a word that I don't know? Does he mean tolerance? He said it twice now. That makes me think he means something else. Okay, I guess they're the same. Hang on a minute. I need...
That art is essential.
No. One way to address this conundrum is to distinguish between toleration and tolerance. The former refers to the modern institutionalized protection of religious, ethnic, and gender differences through the rule of law, while the latter implies organic mechanisms specific to communities to accommodate difference. Okay, so toleration is when tolerance is like codified into law. Okay.
To that arc. Thank you to all of these incredible Patreon supporters. These videos take a long time to research, write, and make. I do a lot of reading. They're always sourced, and there's a bibliography in the description below. I've written something short on why I think this kind of well-researched, long-form content is worth supporting. It's through the link below too. If you agree, then you can support Then and Now by pledging anything from $1 per month and get your name in credits, access to scripts early, and become a member of the Discord server. If you can't do that, I know everyone says this, but please do subscribe, hit the bell, like, leave a comment. These things help.
Very good. Very good. Let's have a little fun.
This isn't working for me anymore. We've done this already. It's the same story every time, and I can't care anymore. You know, every time we see each other, you mess me up for a few days afterwards, and it's not healthy. And frankly, I'm tired of the rigmarole. Wow. It just kind of feels like this is coming up.
Oh my god, this is so good.
The left field, you know, I just didn't realize that's how you felt. I mean, the first time, even the second, I was like,
wow, this is different. This is something I've never experienced before. You know, it's new, it's scary. For me too. But I mean, but I've changed. I mean, people change, and I can't do it anymore. Hey, I've changed. You haven't changed. I mean, having a new variant isn't changing. It's still the same you. So what? I don't do it for you anymore? Look, I did what I had to do. I took some time away, and you know, it's probably going to hurt you to hear this, but I have had other sicknesses since you. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I love you. You don't love me. You love the idea of me. You want to be in the spotlight. You want the latest variant, the new vaccines. You want your name in the headlines. But I can't care anymore.
Oh yes, COVID is an attention whore.
If that's how you feel, it is. I just want you to know that I'm here, and I will always be here for you.
Real.
I know. Can you just do one thing for me? What's that? One last time, for old time's sake. Oh, please no. One last time. No, it's just I just got a busy week ahead, and it's really more of a nuisance at this point. You know, they say the breakup sickness is some of the best sickness. Nobody says that.
Nobody says that. Ew. The sound. Ew.
Till we meet again.
Gross.
Oh, shit.
This is Julie Noki. Classic.
Go to heaven.
Well, judging by your track record, SpongeBob, I'm not too sure you'll be among the chosen.
Yo, this show is so
SpongeBob,
weird.
You're not exactly known for being a good person.
Oh, stop it, you two! Just because I've made a few mistakes here and there doesn't mean I'm not a good person. I go to church every Sunday and say my prayers every night.
It's so awkward, bro. Oh, it's so awkward. No, my window capture. Not again. Why? Why does OBS hate me?
Yo,
Well,
what?
that's certainly commendable, SpongeBob, but it's not exactly what God looks for in a person.
This show is crazy.
God looks for people who are kind and loving and helpful. And you are definitely not those things,
They're talking
SpongeBob.
about going to heaven right now. It's been some crazy topics that come on here.
I think I want to be going to heaven.
The fuck?
A few moments
Oh, it's about to
later.
get interesting.
What was the prompt? Who wrote this? I thought this was Ty's project, but...
Oh my gosh, Patrick! You won't believe what happened to me today.
What happened?
Pull
the plug. Pull the plug. Pull the plug.
He got possessed by a demon? What the fuck is that? What happened?
Yo, what is even going on right now? Yo,
I'm
this thing is
scared.
tripping out.
I'm scared.
What?
What
I was
indeed?
downtown at the Krusty Krab and I saw Mr. Krabs walking into South Park.
AI Sponge is taking over,
No
y'all.
way. Did he say anything about it?
He just said it was a really
The way he just walks into Patrick. He's just bodying him.
good show.
Man.
Oh, hi, Mr. Krabs.
Hello, boys. I just wanted to let you know, SpongeBob. I guess it must be pretty
Yo, look
hot
at Gary. Look at Gary.
What the Gary do?
You see Mrs. Pub back there?
Hey, Patrick, what do you think about communism?
Interesting.
I don't know. SpongeBob, what is it?
Yeah, see it trying to figure this
Where the
out.
government controls everything. No one has any personal property and everyone works for the state.
That doesn't sound very fun.
It's not.
Why would anyone want to live like
Imagine
that?
this topic
That's not exactly right, but you know, for SpongeBob, that's okay.
in actual
I don't
SpongeBob.
know. Patrick, it just seemed fair to me. Everybody getting the same thing and nobody having more than anyone else.
That doesn't sound very fair either, SpongeBob. It sounds like you would have to give up a lot of your freedom for that to work.
Oh my god. Patrick's a chud, no.
A few moments later.
Layla.
What about it?
It's dangerous,
Yo.
SpongeBob. It's caused by excessive consumption of labs.
Is there a cure?
Sandy tripping.
There is, but it's expensive. Painful.
These some heavyweight topics.
What is it?
It's circumcision.
Ain't no way. What?
A few moments later.
What?
P.S. S.T. Patrick.
Yeah.
America's in decline.
So true.
What do you mean?
Yo, Patrick, watch out.
Look at all the problems we are having. The economy.
Yo,
the
bro just gets hit.
Social injustice.
Dude, this is base SpongeBob. Holy shit, who made this?
You're right, SpongeBob. America is definitely in decline.
Nah, that's too funny.
What can we do about it?
I don't know, but together we can solve anything.
That's too funny.
So true. So true, Patrick.
A few moments later.
Patrick, have you heard the news?
What news?
Joan Pork died.
What? Going
Yo,
back my favorite
this thing
dish
is
back and
crazy,
wrap
y'all.
shrimp.
AI generated SpongeBob.
Sorry, Patrick. I know how much you love Joan Pork.
Well, I guess I'll just have to move on. I always miss Joan
We
Pork.
need Lauer.
He
We
was
need
a
more
great
Lauer,
friend.
y'all.
Who the fuck is John Pork?
Yo, put a plug on it. Put a plug.
But it's
Oh my
getting
God.
thinner and thinner.
Well, maybe you were just seeing things.
Lauer. Lauer. We need Lauer, y'all. What? Yo, put a plug on it.
Converse with the
The
spider.
way it gets broken, it's so creepy. Why is it so creepy?
Spotted off the coast of Bikini Bottom.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh. It must be a kraken.
So true.
1000% AI generated. So, you know, in the Discord, sometimes people are able to, you know, type different topics and stuff, and the computer just creates its own show. And that's where
God, it's a Discord? Wait, what the fuck?
No.
I feel like this show is just definitely is revolutionary as to where AI is going. Just to see, you know, just to see something like this come alive is 1000% AI generated. So, you know, in the Discord, sometimes people are able to, you know, type different topics and stuff, and the computer just creates its own show. And that's where we're watching. So a lot of people are tuned in. AI Sponge has really been taking over the Discords, and it's also been, if you check, you know, look at YouTube, it's been dominating the YouTube as well in the AI world.
This is the first thing I've seen of it, but that's pretty cool. Very interesting concept.
A lot of people are tuned in because it's, once again, it's a very interesting show. But hey, man, it's your boy Ty. And if you guys like reactions like this, make sure you stay tuned in. Let's go.
Hey everyone, dog vlog. We found a lost dog. Oh, hi.
Aw.
He has
So cute.
no collar, leash, chip, anything. My hair
Aw.
looks like this because I woke up 30 seconds ago. So I woke up with a nice little present. I'm calling him Ref, short for refugee. I'm so tired, man. He has already
That's
eaten
cute.
all of Aoli's cat food. As for Aoli, we've locked her in my office because she is not handling this well. And I'm sure neither, you know, I don't know if animals are in distress, but like, I know, that's a grin. Hi. Hi. Oh. While this does throw off my plans for a normal day, I'm, you know, I'm accepting responsibility that is being thrust onto me because Mod Grapes is gone. They just dropped off a wild animal in the house. And we're gonna pivot because we gotta. We're gonna find your people.
No. Aw, so
Hopefully
wholesome.
today. He keeps walking to the door like he wants to go out, which I get, but it's like, we found you out there. Like, we're... Oh, well. There goes Aioli's water fountain. It does kind of feel like we're both helping each other with a panic attack. It's like, I'm confused, he's confused, and like, we're touching.
Aw.
I don't really know what's going on. Dog vlog update. This thing is so energetic, and I didn't get my meds today. And our apartment needed new locks, and the locksmith came over, and he needs the door open. And Aioli was already behind my office door, who I haven't been able to visit, and I feel so bad about.
No.
But like, this dog went nuts and started running for the door, and so I had to like grab him, and I put this leash on, and the guy was like, cool, I'll be about 10 minutes. And so now I am being tugged along by this dog who is like choking on the leash, but like because of his own volition, he's pulling so hard for 10 minutes until we can get back into the fucking house. Oh my god. This actually is hell for me.
Poor doggo.
Yeah, so I thought that was going to be like a fun
So
vlog
excited.
series, cataloging my day, looking after a lost dog. Not fun, not video worthy. That dog had so much, it was a border collie, so it had so much energy. And I didn't have my meds, so I had no energy. I didn't have my Adderall, and I need my Adderall to like, you know, breathe and live.
Oh no.
So we locked Aioli in my room, so I gotta...
It's brutal.
Gotta bring her litter box downstairs. Give me one sec. We have a friend whose dad fosters dogs, and he offered to take him, so it's off our hands now. Refugee, ref. I don't know if I meant ref. So, not a happy ending, not a bad ending, but like, you know, my day is gone. So.
Aw. I want an update.
There's that. But now Princess is no longer locked in the room.
No.
You're free, Princess. That is our bathroom. Yes. Yes, this is your house again. Why are you going back up to the room you were locked in? Why?
Gotta sniff everything.
Why? It makes no sense. No, why? Why? Anyway, sorry this wasn't some like cute, fun dog vlog.
Dog vlog.
And it was just more depiction of me and my medical situation. Bye. Subscribe. No, don't subscribe. Bye.
Oh, picked up the next morning. Yay. Yay.
Okay, my hand. It's doing it.
I got it. You ready?
It's the AB vlog.
Here goes.
Let's go.
For our Marvel release, I wanted to try and make a couple of custom pieces.
Or wait.
One of one made here.
Is it Ela? Oh, I was wrong. This is an Ela vlog. I was wrong. Even better, honestly.
Here by our designer Mila. This is Mila. Hi. Shirley is our amazing creative director at Teddy Fresh. I'm gonna go and try it on.
I
right
love
now.
this.
I'm so excited.
Love.
So we're doing 2 looks. One is the skirt and the top that Ela's trying on right now, and this is just the sample, just a toile of what will become the Marvel dress. And this is the first time that I'm doing like a custom project for Ela, and so that's gonna be really, really great to see.
Let's go.
It's crazy good. It's so good. Oh my god.
Obsessed.
It's like
It's so
perfect.
cool.
And I was just saying I have the perfect shoes on. It really matches
The
perfectly.
two-tones, yeah, that's so cool. Mila was saying she can like let out a little bit because I think maybe. Although it's not actually. I've got really cold hands.
It's kind of good that it's tight though, because it's
Yeah,
gonna
you
really
want it to stay up for
on.
sure.
I wonder about the
Yeah.
under part. If maybe this part could go in a little.
Yeah. If you're wearing at the event, do you like with just the free, or would you want to add in another one? I love how she's taken the details, like that patch is just like my favorite thing.
Mine too. So here's the actual piece that we were working from. It has the jacket and the pants that go with it. We thought it would be really cool to take the pants and turn it into a skirt, and take some of our waistbands and turn it into this top, and then I will also be able to wear it with the jacket if I want to cover up. There's gonna be a second dress that I'll try on next. What I'm gonna try on is just for the shape, but it's not using the actual t-shirts yet. It will be using our Marvel t-shirts.
Hell yeah.
Oh, it's quite good. It's really fun.
It's so cool.
I think when it's in the, like the prints from the
Yeah.
t-shirts, it's just going to be amazing, like so impactful.
Yeah, it's gonna be
So it's like combining these.
Dope.
Nice to meet you. I'm Chad.
You guys are so cool.
You're so cool.
So yesterday I got to meet with Morgan here. She flew out here to do an interview with me from Fashionista. And I was so excited to do that. And you happened to bring me like one of the best gifts that I've ever gotten.
Yeah, we can't not talk about the
Yes.
rug.
Do you want to explain? Is your friend?
Yes. His name's Britton. Hi, Britt. When I told him I was coming, he had about a week and a half to put it together. And his business partner helped him with it as well. They're Baker Hill Design.
Can I see the back of the coat? Oh, wow.
And I'm wearing our Marvel dress. It was so fun to take photos because it's just like whatever you do is so cool.
That's so good. Wait. That is amazing.
Slay.
That is even more.
Slay.
So slay.
Today, somebody at Teddy Fresh got stuck at the bathroom.
1, 2, 3.
No.
1, 2, 3.
I got it.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, we got it correct.
Wait, hold on.
At this point, I can get it.
Hold on.
You ready? Here goes.
Go. Oh my god, are you okay?
That's what I do. Just another day.
Okay.
Show off.
Anybody that wants to box AB, you better think twice.
That's right. I lost twice, but I can still break doors.
Proud of your husband.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm impressed. You did good.
Thanks. Is it
That
hot?
was beautiful. Good job, baby.
You too.
Oh.
AB, was it hot?
Hey.
Oh, that's so cute.
I love that.
You love it?
That's adorable.
Okay, so here's the idea. We made
Sick.
a post that looks like a Fila ad. It's not an ad. It looks like an ad. We make them an offer they cannot refuse.
Right. Okay.
And we do
Brilliant.
a little tag. And we're like, hey, how are you doing? You want to make this?
Hey. Hey.
Oh, the shoes. I didn't notice the shoes.
I tried to do a full look.
Getting her out, man.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, that's cute too.
Also very cute. She's such a fucking girl boss.
Okay, so I saw all kinds of comments that I wanted to reply to. Let's do it. Ela has had those bracelets on her wrist since she was 12? Question marks. So yes, I had those on since I was 12. These right here. My mom got these from her mom. So these are gold from Turkey. And my mom always had these on, and I remember as a kid I would always know that she's coming based on hearing this noise. When I took these over from her, it was kind of funny to me to hear it on myself. Now it's just part of my white nose, I guess. Not white noise, not white nose. When I was 12, I always thought
White
that these
nose.
were so pretty, and before I was around 12, I asked her for these all the time, and at one point she gave me one, and I was wearing it for a while. And then I think when I turned 12, it's kind of like a big deal. It's like your bat mitzvah age. She decided to give me all of them. So ever since then, I put them on and I haven't taken them off. If I really, really need to, I can do it with soap. I had to do it one time at the army because they're like, you have to take off all your jewelry. And I was like, well, I will, but this one is really hard. So I did it one time, but then they allowed me eventually to just keep it on. I think that was the only time I took it off, honestly. So that's the story of the bracelets. This comment I just loved. Good for you and the other transgenders. Like what? What does it even mean? Seriously. This one is such a classic. This one I've always been getting ever since I started on YouTube. She looks like a Holocaust survivor. I'm like, hell yeah.
Jesus.
You know how hard it is to survive the Holocaust?
Bro. That's so fucked up.
I mean, that's a fighter. Doug looks like a yesified
True.
Dan. Funny. We love that. Love these vlogs. Wish they could be hours long, lol. I kind of am thinking about that comment ever since I read it. You know, I kind of feel you on that. When I find something that I like to watch, I wish that I had hours of it. But I also want it to be interesting for you guys. I don't want it to just be like, I don't know, me eating and drinking water. But I think there's something here. I will try to make them longer. Ela, do better. These are times of strife, and the last thing your fans want to see is a self-congratulatory
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
video series about a filthy rich aristocrat's day to day. This was quite
Filthy rich? I mean, I don't know about that. Jesus. Ela, do better.
the tone-deaf move if you ask me. Please delete immediately. I love the immediately. You know what? I read this to Ethan and then he said he thinks it's a joke. I'm not sure. I'm not sure
I
if
can't
it's
tell.
a joke. Although I do think you guys can be really funny. Lena, do you think this one's a joke?
They're not kidding. They just don't like themselves.
Right?
They're not
Yeah, I don't think it's a joke.
happy.
I don't think they're kidding. Am I an aristocrat?
No.
What is an aristocrat?
An aristocrat? What are you talking about?
Let's Google it, because I mean, I feel like I know what the word is, but this makes me question myself.
Yeah. Oh, okay. A noble.
A noble?
A person who has the manners or qualities of a member of a privileged or superior class.
Usually those with nobility, money, or both. First of all, what is it? Like the 18th century? Why are we even referencing anybody as an
Nobility.
aristocrat these days? Nobility. Like, come on.
That's so funny to me. Like, if you guys know where I came from.
Right.
What? Aristocrat, really? In dear old Hulon, where I grew up? If you guys want to talk about an aristocrat, look at that.
No.
I mean, even look at his posture.
He's an aristocrat.
Shredder, any thoughts? Thank you. I'm gonna start my exercise right now. This is Tyler, my trainer. Do you want to be in my vlog?
I'd love to be on your vlog.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Aw.
This one's really hard.
You can jump on there.
10 seconds.
Watch.
You can do it after me.
Okay, I can jump there.
And good.
Okay, now you do it.
Give me full squat down.
You have to run over the cracks because there's a lava. I didn't step on any of them.
Good job. 15 seconds.
I'm
And
getting ready to
10
hide.
seconds to go.
I'm just getting my hiding spot ready.
And 3. Oh, she dropped. 2 and 1. It's really hard. It's all willpower.
You could be done right now. If you want.
I could be done. That would be nice. Oh my god, I'm so sweaty.
Okay, maybe you could be done right now. Maybe you're done right now.
Am I done?
No.
No.
Really tight. Tight, 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 tight. Keep your back straight. Deep inhale, exhale. Breathe in 3, 2, 1, and forward and back. Good. Rock it back and forth. Yep. 2 more minutes.
Then you're done.
1 more of those, and then she's all yours.
ready. Shred, come here. Oh. So cute. For this Friday, I kind of need you guys' help deciding what to wear. I have this top that I thought could be fun to add a bunch of bows to it. And I got these pants to go with it. And they have this like ribbon kind of thing. And so I'm thinking I could wear that together and do this kind of ribbon in the hair, like 2 long braids with ribbon. I want to try it on and see what you guys think. I don't know if I like it. Now that I put it on. I
The
put
way
it
you
on and I
just
was
stood
like,
there like that emoji.
Standing emoji.
Oh god, okay.
It reminds me of like middle school dance.
Right.
Is that not
I think it's cute.
That is
exactly
the
what's
vibe.
popular right now?
Yes.
I have to like leave my house going, would I have worn this in 2003? Because if I wouldn't have, then it won't be cool. It's not cool.
This feels way too small.
Standing like that. I need to hold some books and be
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
late for class. Bye, Mom. Have a good day.
Bye, Mom. Don't talk to me.
This is a very tiny sweater.
It is so tiny. This is basically, let me cover it all up.
Right, it's like, what are you even wearing? Like, that's the outfit at that point. Okay, so.
Okay, well,
It's a good jacket
that was
though.
nice. Thanks for your help.
Fun while it lasted.
Wait, so the whole outfit idea is just a no-go?
Strapping her?
Oh no.
I actually just recently got this one. It's Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Wow.
Yes,
I
it's a
do
really
love
cool
that.
dress that I wanted for a while, and I just went for it one day on like Poshmark or something. So, got a pretty solid option here.
I love that. I feel
Me
like you can still
too.
do.
This is my area of like things I haven't worn yet that are like in the. They're cooking. They're
Let 'em
cooking
cook.
Let him cook.
So Mr. Shredder, he doesn't get his treats anymore because of his kidney condition. And so we found out that he really loves fruits and it's healthy for him. He does
Aw.
that when he wants something. Shredder, I'm working on it.
That's so cute. A healthy doggo.
Good boy.
Cute. Aww.
Alfredo ASMR.
I love their little crunchy sounds. Shredder, why are you not eating? Come on. Do I need to hand feed you?
Throw it for him?
Oh, it's the fly. Shredder gets super weird when there's a fly in here. You see that?
Just literally staring at it.
I don't understand the rug. Is it just for decoration? I don't get it. It's cool though.
You guys look like you guys have really good sex. Are you guys the best?
Hey yo? Hey yo? Okay, I'm pretty tired. I'm probably gonna call it. I'll be back tomorrow and every other day this month to celebrate Pride. I will probably be back a little earlier if I can. We have a ton of video essays to get through, so I'll see you then. Bye.
Only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one hope. I wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway.